Bon. All right, everybody, start settling in, take a seat. We'll get started in a couple minutes. Is this the new clicker? Okay, cool. All right, everyone. So again, please take a seat. I'd like to welcome all of you to CHIL. Thank you for coming. I am one half of the general chair team for CHIL this year. I'm Marzia Gassimi, and I am a professor at MIT in ECS and IMS. My other general co-chair, Matthew McDermott, is going to MC for you all tomorrow. He's an incoming assistant professor at Columbia. He and I, independently from different states, both got sick this past couple of days. And so please don't shake our hands. We don't understand how we coordinated this, but we are sorry. We apologize for the tone of our voices. The goal of this conference is to bring together a variety of disciplines at the intersection of machine learning and health. This includes research in machine learning, but also statistics, epidemiology, public health research, health policy, operations, and economics. So I am excited to say this is our 5th annual conference. You may not realize, but CHIL began in 2020. We had everything planned to do a wonderful in-person conference in Toronto, and then people started getting sick mysteriously in March of 2020. We didn't know what was going on, and then the world shut down. And so after 3 virtual conferences, we're really happy to be in person. We hosted our first in-person conference in Cambridge last year. This is our 2nd time doing this in person. CHIL is actually hosted by a nonprofit organization called the Association for Health, Learning, and Inference, otherwise known as OLLI. OLLI is a growing organization that is dedicated to building a vibrant community of researchers at this intersection of machine learning and health. And the goal of the organization is to be a home base for health and machine learning, serving as a center for learning, innovation, and collaboration for our community. So CHIL is one of the conferences that is put on by this nonprofit organization. The other one, our sister conference, is the Machine Learning for Health Symposium, or ML4H. That is consistently co-located with NeurIPS, and so this year also it will be co-located with NeurIPS 2024 in Vancouver, Canada. It is not going to be at the beginning, it'll be at the end because Taylor Swift has a concert. And we cannot compete with her. She made an earthquake in Seattle, and we don't think we can do that. Due to a growing demand from our community, we're very excited to share it will be a 1.5-day event. It's consistently been more of a 1-day event. The call for participation is open, and you can check out the website for upcoming deadlines this summer. You can also join the OLLI mailing list if you want more information about the events that we put on. So currently we have our 2 annual conferences, CHIL and ML4H, but there's also other events we run like datathons and policy outreach. I would like to give a huge shout out to our sponsors this year. This is the first time I have ever organized for a conference where we have completely fundraised to and over our goal months before the actual conference happened. And this conference would not have been possible without all of our sponsors, the Moore Foundation, the University of Florida, Apple, Mount Sinai, the University of Pennsylvania, Genentech, Google, and UC Berkeley, amongst others. Thanks to them, we were able to offer student travel grants and put together the excellent program that you're going to see over the next 2 days. Matthew and I would also like to give a special shout out to our outstanding organizing committee. They really have worked tirelessly to produce the program that you're going to see in the next 2 days. So please be sure to say hello. If you see these friendly faces around, they are fantastic people who helped make everything happen. So CHIL is a 2-day program. We have 6 keynotes, 3 invited talks, one of which will be sent to you shortly because of an AV issue. 2 panels, 1 tutorial, 8 research roundtables, 39 accepted papers, over 40 doctoral symposium participants, and 3 lightning talks. Both days are going to be here in the Verizon Center and will end tomorrow with an evening social immediately following the doctoral symposium session. So this is the first day that I'm presiding over. You can see there'll be 1 transition to the second floor. And this is the second day. You can see also there's 1 transition in the middle of the day to the second floor, and then we end sort of with the social on the second floor after the doctoral symposium. A couple of reminders before we get started today. There are some housekeeping rules. The conference program can be found online. We have the entire schedule online. It's at chilconference.org. We have a strict zero tolerance policy for harassment and bullying of any kind. Our code of conduct is posted in the lobby and it's available on the website. Please hang on to your badges. You're going to need them to access the venue on day 2. And finally, restrooms can be accessed from the lobby. They're right next to the security desk. We also have a social media tag. So if you'd like to post about what you see here today, we have CHIL Conference and a specific hashtag for this year. And it is now my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Irene Chen, this year's program chair, to the stage. Dr. Chen is an assistant professor at UC Berkeley and UCSF in computational precision health and ECS, as well as a faculty member of the Berkeley AI Research BEAR lab. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Chen.
Good morning, everyone. I am incredibly excited to be one of the 2 program chairs this year, along with Fei Wang. I am excited especially to chair this morning's session. Our first speaker, our opening keynote, is Dr. Hamsa Bastani, whose last name I just learned means ice cream in Farsi. Dr. Hamsa Bastani is an associate professor of operations, information, and decisions at the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania. Her research focuses on developing novel machine learning algorithms for data-driven decision-making with applications in healthcare operations, social good, and revenue management. She has won several awards, including Best Paper Awards, the Wagner Prize of Excellence in Practice, as well as the first place in the George Nicholson and MSOM student paper competitions all the way back in 2016. She previously completed her PhD at Stanford University and spent a year as a Herman Goldstein postdoctoral fellow at IBM Research. Let's give Hamsa a big round of applause. And then we're going to switch over to the slides. Give us 1 second.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Irene, for the kind introduction. I'm very bad at talking in front of the mic. So today I'll be talking about some work that we did in collaboration with policymakers in the Sierra Leone government, specifically with the National Medical Supplies Agency and the Ministry of Health and Sanitation. I should say this work was completely led by my PhD student, Angel Chung, at the University of Pennsylvania, and also is in collaboration with Azra Bastani at UMass. Yes. So first up. So the basic problem that the policymakers were dealing with when we came in is distributing essential medicines. So Sierra Leone happens to be one of the poorest countries in the world. And so they actually get they have a very high infant and maternal mortality rates. And so in 2010, they started the Free Healthcare Initiative that was funded by a lot of nonprofits and NGOs that basically donate a bunch of essential medicines targeting these subgroups on the ground. And they get these donations to the National Medical Supplies Agency, and then they are tasked with distributing it to over 1,000 health facilities on the ground. Those are the colored dots on this map. And they basically have to figure out how to match the limited supply that they're getting with the demand that they're seeing. So in principle, this should be easy, but what makes it challenging is that demand is highly unstable because of this happens a lot in many developing countries because the populations are changing, access to care is kind of limited at times depending on the location and the time, and coupling that with highly uncertain supply based on what's being donated on the ground from, say, UNICEF or WHO, it means that supply often does not meet demand. And so traditionally what we've seen in the data is about 42% of patient need is not fulfilled. So that means there are people who are actually coming to these health facilities who need a particular kind of essential medicine, and then they're not getting it, which is obviously highly undesirable. And so our goal was to see if we could use, AI and optimization to do better, right? So let me just quickly say what their previous approach was. They were using a fairly complex Excel allocation tool. I actually teach Excel at Wharton, and this is a bad Excel tool. It had 32 different tabs, and there were a lot of reference errors. It wasn't like reproducible in any way, and it took my poor PhD student forever to figure out what was going on with it. But basically, it did something reasonable, like it was applying rationing parameters, population and poverty modifiers, different facility kind of inputs, and so on. But at the end of the day, it's a hard-coded, handcrafted model that is way too large, and it didn't do very well because patient demand was unfulfilled at a rate of 42%. So if you wanted to ask, what do we actually do if we wanted to remove this thing altogether and build it from scratch, you might imagine doing some sort of machine learning and optimization kind of pipeline. So that's exactly what we did. We worked with the policymakers in Sierra Leone. That's Angel with at the offices of the National Medical Supplies Agency at Sierra Leone, and we deployed a decision support tool across the country. So it serves about 3.6 million women and children under the age of 5 across over 1,100 facilities. And then we did a staggered rollout in 2023, and when we did an econometric analysis to try to understand what the causal impact of adding this decision support tool was, and depending on the estimator you use, it's about 15 to 40% increase in consumption and access to care. So we don't completely solve the problem, but it helps pretty substantially. That's the preview. So now I'm going to spend some time talking about the algorithm, and then I'll kind of get back to the actual empirical results. Okay, so a simple approach to solving this problem is something called predict and optimize, right? So if I wanted to do this, what I might do is take all of the data that I have on patient demand and consumption and train a high-performing predictive model that tries to predict for every facility in every quarter what the demand would be for a particular product. And then I take all those estimates together, feed it into a stochastic optimization problem that decides how much inventory I want to allocate to each location of each health product in any given quarter or cycle, right? It turns out that doing it in this two-step process, there's been a recent line of literature saying that it's a bit inefficient because when you're solving the predictive model, you're kind of building it without any awareness of the downstream decision. So you have two different objective functions, and you're kind of using this, you're minimizing one objective function, and then you're feeding it to a different objective function. So that's not always great. So let me give a little bit of notation before I go in further. The goal here is given some response variable y. So let's say we're interested in demand for health products today. I want to compute some decision z, which is for the NMSA, like how much health product to allocate to each location. So it's an inventory allocation problem. I want to minimize some known decision or optimization loss. So basically I take in the demand and then I'm going to solve for z star, which is my optimal allocation set of decisions. But then the challenge is that typically we don't know why. We don't know the demand. If we knew it, we could solve this perfectly. But what we have to do is kind of predict it from a bunch of features, which is yesterday's demand or like lag demands, right? And this part is usually a complex, non-differentiable model, like a random forest. So when we train the model, you have your training set. You minimize some loss function. I'm going to be deliberately vague what that loss function is. So let's call it L tilde, but usually it's mean squared error, right? And then once we basically have this model, given a new set of features, I can predict what my demand is going to be. And I get some prediction y hat for the demand. And then I'm going to choose the optimization problem, the optimization solution z star of y hat. That is not the optimal decision. That is not the optimal set of allocations because that would be z star of y star. But unfortunately, we don't have access to y star. We can only predict demand. If we knew the true demand, this problem would be much easier, right? So the key question we're going to ask is, what prediction loss L tilde should we use when we are training the predictive model? So typically, like I mentioned, it's almost always mean squared error when you're using an off-the-shelf machine learning package. But really our true loss here is the decision loss, right? So it's actually the cost of using Z star of Y hat instead of using Z star of Y star, right? And that turns out to be this like terrible embedded loss function that isn't strongly convex and doesn't have any nice properties, which is why nobody minimizes this. People use mean squared error. So our question is going to be, can we do something in the middle? Can we kind of get towards the decision loss without changing the pipeline too much? Can we approximate L tilde? So when we started, I really didn't think this was an important problem because intuitively for me, I thought if I have a bunch of data and I fit the best possible predictive model and I stick it in my optimization problem, that's probably pretty close to optimal. Like, why would you need to do something more complicated? Like, is this a math problem or does it actually matter? And then my co-authors obviously had much better intuition than me. And then we kind of worked through this toy example and that convinced me that this actually does matter, especially in the kind of sensitive setting I'm talking about. So I'll try to share that intuition with you. So imagine that you have two kinds of health facilities. So it's just a toy example. One from a poorer district that is less well stocked, and one from a richer district near the capital, say, that is relatively well stocked. And our goal is to allocate new inventory to meet demand, right? So here on the x-axis, I have prior inventory. On the y-axis, I have kind of anticipated demand in the next quarter. So you can see that the teal triangles here are like our poorly stocked facilities. They have very low inventory compared to their demand. And then the red circles are kind of our well-stocked facilities. They have high prior inventory compared to their demand. Now, if my goal is to allocate new inventory to meet demand, you might notice that I probably, given a limited budget, I'm only going to allocate to the poorly stocked facilities, which are those teal triangles. I don't actually care about the red circles because they have enough inventory basically to meet demand. I really only care about the poorly stocked ones. Now, if I were to go ahead and fit a predictive demand model that say minimizes mean squared error, I'm going to fit that blue line over there, right? And you can see that given how noisy the data is, it's actually pretty good. It gets a decent fit across the entire data set, right? So that would be my usual decision blind model that I would fit. But it turns out that because we have this weird asymmetry induced by the optimization problem, so my goal is to remove unmet demand, then I only care about these teal facilities. I don't care about the red facilities. I'm actually much better off fitting that teal line over there, which gets a good fit on the poorly stocked facilities. But if I were to extrapolate that, it wouldn't do well on the well-stocked facilities, right? So that is the difference between a decision aware and a decision blind model. The decision blind model is just trying to get a good fit everywhere, whereas the decision aware model would kind of say, okay, I only care, the optimization problem makes me focus on this particular subset of data points or the particular subset of the covariate space. And so I should just kind of focus on getting a good model there. So you'll notice that even as my sample size goes to infinity, as long as my predictive model is misspecified, which in practice is always the case, I'm always going to do poorly on my facilities of interest for the optimization problem. So we're interested in a method that is fairly general. So there's been a lot of interesting work in this literature, mostly focusing on getting theoretical guarantees. We wanted something that would solve a couple of these practical challenges as well. So we wanted to be able to interface with complex data science and convex optimization pipelines. Specifically, in our case, we were using random forests, and we needed it to have multiple predictive problems for optimization. We needed it to be computationally tractable, and finally, somewhat light touch, so not significantly altering the data science workflow so that it would be more usable by the data science team that was on the ground. So hopefully the intuition that carries over from this simple example is that some parts of the covariate space matter more than other parts of the covariate space, and that weighting depends on your optimization problem. So what we can do is actually derive weights for these observations based on the importance to improving the decision loss rather than the prediction loss. And this is really easy because pretty much any off-the-shelf machine learning package will allow you to supply weights for your training data, saying that this part of the covariate space sort of matters more. I'm not going to go into how we derive the weights, but actually it's kind of straightforward. We basically just tailor expand the decision loss and take the first order term. So I'm gonna skip ahead. So our strategy is going to be, we're gonna train an arbitrary decision blind model. So that's your typical prediction pipeline. We're gonna compute gradients through that to basically figure out what our training data set weights should be. And then we're going to retrain our predictive model with those weights. So you can imagine looping through this multiple times. We've found that our data is super noisy. So once we do it once, it kind of, it does the best that it's going to do. And then we run an optimization problem with those plugin estimates. So you can see that this is pretty general and that it works for any kind of predictive model. We haven't made any assumptions that it needs to be differentiable or anything like that. It's computationally tractable because we just run the model twice, and we also run the optimization sequence twice, which is easy. And it's light touch because let's say that you have a very, very complex pipeline to deal with imputation, missing data, equity concerns, and so on, all of which were true in this setting. All we're saying is keep your entire pipeline. We're just going to supply you with a set of weights. Okay, so that's the algorithm. Now I'm going to move to applying it to the problem of allocating essential medicines. So it turns out that every quarter, the set of products that they were allocating would change depending on what organizations decided to donate that quarter. But typically, again, the target here was to reduce infant and maternal mortality. And so these are all medicines targeting mothers as well as pregnant women as well as children under the age of 5. The data, if you work in global health, is usually from DHIS2. This is District Health Information Software. It's used by a bunch of countries, especially in the African continent, from February 2020 to January 2023. And it captures things like health product consumption, how much they received, opening and closing balance, stockouts, and so on. It has a lot of missing values, standardization issues, and stuff like that. And I could spend an entire talk going to that, but I won't. But we basically use good practices. We use the multitask learning to train a predictive model, and we have a couple of safeguards to deal with equity issues and so on. So we build a predictive model. And then we want to feed it into an optimization problem to decide how much health product to allocate, right? So getting a preference function from policymakers is not always easy. So we go with simplicity when possible. So here, after a lot of conversations with them, it seemed like the primary thing they cared about, which kind of makes sense, is the cost of unmet demand at each location, right? So what they want to minimize is people coming in for a health product and getting turned away, right? So you can encode this into a fairly simple linear program. We have constraints like the fixed budget of products that we have to allocate. Each facility has some capacity constraints. And then we deal with this, the demands are random. And so we deal with that through a fairly standard technique called sample average approximation, where we basically draw random demands from the estimated demand distribution we have from our predictive model. So this is the optimization problem we're going to be solving. Now we want to plug this into our decision-aware strategy, right? We want to get weights for the predictive model based on this optimization problem. And it turns out that the weights that we get are very intuitive and match exactly the example that I showed you before. It basically upweights any training data or facilities that tend to have high unmet demand. Why? Because our goal is to reduce unmet demand. So obviously we want to predict really well on facilities that have high unmet demand. We don't really care about the facilities that have low unmet demand. So something intuitive, but I think something you would naturally learn for every specific optimization problem by just deriving these weights. So classical machine learning, when we started off, was spending too much capacity on predicting well across facilities, and this kind of focuses on the subset of facilities that sort of really matter. So then we built a decision support tool that we then deployed in early 2023. So again, that's Angel. That's a truck, an example of a truck that actually goes and distributes the health products. And then there were a lot of presentations and tutorials to basically get buy-in from policymakers, figure out what we were missing. There are a bunch of additional constraints and safeguards that were tacked on based on, ad hoc constraints that came up. Oh, sorry. Cool. We had a staggered rollout of this decision support tool. Why was it staggered? I would like to say because we had foresight that would be useful for evaluation, but really just because we missed the timing for doing the full rollout. So there were 5 out of 16 districts in Sierra Leone. 5 of them were selected by the government randomly, we think, to get the tool deployed. So that's going to be all the yellow circles are those facilities in Sierra Leone, and the purple ones are kind of our control facilities. This is just in quarter 2, and then we were able to fully prepare for quarter 3, so we then rolled it out countrywide. So now it is operating everywhere. So in quarter 2, we had 329 treated facilities and 763 control facilities, and 36 products that were targeting, again, pregnant women and children under the age of 5. We took a look at compliance. So this is basically saying this is the decision tool that we provided, the algorithmic allocations, and then what was actually allocated by decision makers, because they don't have to follow what we were suggesting. And we basically found that it varied between like about 89 to 100% in quarter 2. It's actually gone up since. And we think this is largely explained by, we had a lot of time to like explain what was going on with the tool in Tongalili, but we didn't have as much time. So I think it's just a timing logistics thing to explain what was going on to the district managers in Pujahan. So there's some sort of variation that happens there, which turns out to be useful for econometric evaluation, but not planned. So we use a synthetic differences and differences approach to get the causal evaluation. And basically what this says is we have a bunch of pre-intervention data, right? So we know what happened with these facilities before we actually deployed this tool. And then we deployed it to a subset of facilities. And so we have the post-intervention data for both the control group as well as the treatment group. So we can kind of use the difference in differences to kind of measure what the impact of the treatment is. Synthetic differences and differences is a new technique that also uses additional control variables to make this more effective and reduce variance. So when we measured this, the average treatment effect was about 40% increase in consumption. Which is substantial. Then we did a whole bunch of robustness checks to see how different methods would tell us different stories. So in the first plot, we actually used as additional controls other products that were being deployed on the ground, not by the National Medical Supplies Agency, but for example, being directly deployed by UNICEF. And so they don't use our tool. They have a different allocation strategy. So we can use that as a control group for the staggered rollout. Or we could just, in this case, just look at quarter 2 data where we allocated to some facilities and didn't allocate to other facilities. And there are a couple different ways you can measure this. You can look at the local average treatment effect or the ITT estimate, which kind of changes depending on accounts for compliance. And across these different metrics, we find that, we get about 15 to a 40% increase in, estimated increase in consumption. So what is robust is that it does seem to increase access to care and consumption. So Angel actually went and talked to a lot of the folks on the ground as she was doing these tutorials to see what their feedback was on the tool, which I think is important. And that's how we kind of found out about all these ad hoc constraints that were added. She gave a bunch of tutorials and found that generally improved adoption because obviously people want to understand what the tool is doing before they use it. And they especially liked that it created a lot of workload reduction for them because usually these allocations are very, very tight. The drugs that they get donated, unfortunately, are often close to their expiration date. And so it's not like you can just let it sit for a long time and then, allocate it. You need to send it out immediately. So the fact that this is like an automated approach that can immediately tell them what to do is great, or they thought it was great. There were a lot of concerns about who would own this tool and its sustainable use. The research team isn't going to like hang around forever, right? And so we co-developed a lightweight web application that they now completely control. And that's what they've been using since we've kind of stepped off. We still help them with debugging and things like that, but it seems like we've sort of converged on a sustainable use strategy. I think there are a lot of exciting questions here. One of the things that we worried most about is that the predictive models don't have like the best accuracy because the data is very, very noisy and has a lot of missing information. And one of the things that actually is plausible is going and collecting that missing information. So typically what people will do is they will just text the district manager or facility owner, facility manager on WhatsApp and say, hey, how much did you use this quarter, right? So if they don't fill out the form, you can just text them. But you can't text everybody, that's so much work. And so you might imagine doing some sort of targeted active learning-y type approach that would try to figure out which places you should query the most to improve decision-aware learning. one thing we worried about a lot is how do you ensure equity just by missing not at random data, right? So a lot of imputation techniques assume the data is missing at random. This is really, really bad when you're doing demand prediction because typically if a facility is understaffed, they don't fill out the forms because they're trying to tend to the patients. And then now you conflate that with having like lower demand, and then it creates this bad feedback cycle. And so what we did was we did a set of heuristics basically to look at different population counts to try to make sure that they lined up with our average set of predictions. But I think this is a very interesting direction of research. And finally, there's a huge human AI interface problem. So we would, use all this machine learning and produce this optimal set of allocations. And then, there's a flood or something, and there's a truck missing, and a road is closed, and it literally becomes an infeasible allocation. And then decision makers on the ground are kind of deciding, all right, well, I have this extra pack of drugs now that I was supposed to send here, but I can't send it. So I'm just going to shove it in this other truck instead, which is no longer optimal. So if we can kind of figure out a way to like bridge the gap between, doing that and doing something a little bit more sensible. And that's kind of our fault, right? Like we've made the tool sort of black boxy. So it's hard for them to like figure out where it should go if it doesn't go here. So I think these are all interesting challenges and directions. And we are still working with the team to try to deploy this in some other countries. But I will stop here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bastani. One of the cool formats of CHIL is that we'll have 2 keynotes back to back, and then we'll have a 20-minute Q&A so you can really digest all of the presentations and come up with questions that relate the presentations to each other and or clarifications that you might have about the presentation. Our next keynote is Dr. Samantha Kleinberg, who I recently learned traveled today to the conference today via ferry. So you can ask her about that in the break. Dr. Samantha Kleinberg is an associate professor in the computer science department at Stevens Institute of Technology. After completing her PhD in computer science in 2010 at NYU, she spent 2 years as a postdoctoral computing and innovation fellow at Columbia University in the Department of Biomedical Informatics. Before that, she was an undergraduate at NYU in computer science and physics, and more recently spent a year on sabbatical in the psychology department of the University College London. Dr. Kleinberg has written 2 books, one an academic book called Causality, Probability, and Time, and another for a wider audience called Why, A Guide to Finding and Using Causes. She is the editor of Time and Causality Across the Sciences. Give me 1 second as I pull up her slides. We'll just go back a little bit. Pretend you didn't see that. All right. Let's give a warm round of applause for Dr. Kleinberg.
Thank you for inviting me and also organizing a conference I could come to by boat. That was a great start to my morning. And so in the last year, I got promoted to full professor. I saw the Eras Tour twice, and I'm in a reflective mode in my life. And so this talk is going to be a little bit different. When I was a PhD student, or actually an undergrad, I was in a bioinformatics lab, and I was reading a lot of biology papers. And there was this sort of weird property to all the papers, which is that they mentioned causality in the title, sometimes in the discussion or conclusion, and nowhere in the paper was there a mention of causality. And it was very confusing to me because I was like, where did the causality happen, right? Is it in the room with us right now? And it kind of wasn't, right? And so there were, all these associations and predictions, but no one was saying like, what do they even mean by causality? And then more recently, I found all these papers that suggested actually my perception was right, and all these papers are using causal language to describe associations, which is really weird. Or they're not describing it consistently, they're kind of going back and forth, and they're kind of wishy-washy about it. A lot of papers are misleading about it, trying to claim causality that's not there. And at the same time, you also get things like this, where people are saying, yeah, like sure, causes are good for some stuff, but like to tell a really good story about your research, you don't need causality, right? And you can't even find it, like, who cares? And then you have computer scientists like this saying, again, if you want to make predictions, who cares about causality, right? You just need to know that something works. Who cares why it works? Like, why would you want that? But it was sort of weird. I kind of think of it like this. People are lying about it. One, you might think like, if everyone else is claiming causality, I kind of have to also, right? So there's this like social component to it. Or we lie about stuff because we think it impresses other people, right? We lie about stuff on dating profiles because we think that these traits are desirable. And so I came to think about causality like that everyone's kind of exaggerating it to impress other people, and there is some value in it. In 2008, though, in computer science, causality looked like this. This was Bayesian networks. There was no time. At the same time, I was in a bioinformatics lab. I was looking at data that had 3,000 variables in it. And there was a really big disconnect there. It was very strange trying to reconcile these two things of like computer scientists saying this is what causality is, and like maybe you can learn some of this from data, and then you have this really messy biological data, right? That doesn't fit into this mode at all. And there's cycles everywhere, right, which get ignored. So I spent a lot of my time arguing we really need methods for finding causal models from data that can handle complex data. Time is everywhere. It's super important with health. And that we need to actually test these things on real data. That was like, mind-blowing. A lot of the work was theoretical. People didn't really care very much about data. And of course, my argument for all of this was that causes let us do stuff, right? Causes let us better predict things. They let us intervene. They let us explain events, right? And so they're super useful. And that was the title I proposed for this talk, but it's not the talk I want to give. As I told Irene, I really have issues committing to talk titles, and then I change my mind later. And as mentioned, like the vibe this year is kind of YOLO. And so we're gonna X that out, and we're gonna talk about this, right? I still think causality is important. I'm not, going all the way and saying like, let's just do prediction and who cares? Like, we'll have fun with it. No, we want causes, but the work isn't done once we have causes. There's this whole other separate area of work, and that's what I've been working on for the last like 7 or so years at this point. And as part of that, I want to tell you 3 stories. And so the stories are going to be about making decisions, about data collection, and what I'm calling do no harm. And we'll get to that later. So first, decision making. This was the goal of all of my work on causality, is like, we want to do stuff with it. We want to intervene, we want to make choices. And when I started working as a postdoc at Columbia, I had a collaborator at NeuroICU. This was his decision environment. You have lots of information collected about all the patients. I thought this was great because I looked at EHR data, and I was really disappointed by the frequency and the timing, right? You have all these gaps in between when people go to the doctor. In the ICU, you have your captive audience, right? These people have strokes and other brain injuries. They're not going anywhere. And you're sampling from them every few seconds. And so there's a huge amount of data, which was super exciting. And we basically wanted to understand what's happening during stroke recovery, right? And could I help the doctors make better choices, especially given that this is what they're facing, right? Which is, if you're an HCI person, this is kind of a disaster, right? It's a really complex decision environment. It's very hard to see any relationships between these variables. And a lot of hospitals don't actually record this data. And so I have other collaborators where nurses write some of the stuff down, sometimes on paper still, that gets scanned in. And then you have a PDF with a page for every single day in the ICU. This one actually stored it, but it still wasn't really being used. And so then they had data, small. It was about 100 people. And so it's not as large as some other data sets. We had hundreds of thousands of measurements from each of these people. We had all this invasive monitoring, things like EEG on the surface of the brain, depth probes into the brain, physiological measurements, all that fun stuff. So I'd started working on that in about 2010. Spent the next few years dealing with problems in this data. So things like missing data. This is what the data actually looks like. I've showed this to people in causality who focus on theory, and they say, like, why would you use this data? You could just do theory instead. But the doctors are using this data, right? So it seems like maybe we should try to help them. But we have no ability to change what the doctors measure. Right here, the variables change over time because the health status changes. Top person has more measurements over time. Second person has something that's written down hourly by a nurse. You can see that the lines aren't that regular, so it's not really every hour. And the third one, you have gaps, right? Things get disconnected, procedures are performed, all of that stuff happens. And so we spent a few years just dealing with the missing data that's definitely not missing completely at random, developing imputation methods, finally applied some causal inference methods. I was super excited, it had been 5 years, and also I was postdoc, and then at that point, assistant professor. It's really hard to go 5 years without publishing on a project, and very stressful. And so we're like publishing the methods at the same time and like kind of hoping that at some point this will pay off. And then we got this causal model, which is, I can't stress enough, not a Bayesian network. Nothing in this talk that looks like a Bayesian network is a Bayesian network. And we have different variables for different patients. That's a whole separate problem that we've been actually solving lately. There's time here. I'm not showing you direction of relationships, right? I'm sweeping lots of stuff under the rug. But it was exciting because we found something about causality. We found that there are more relationships over time. We found causes of brain swelling, which is what the doctors were interested in. And it's a confusing variable, TW% you don't need to know about. And it's interesting, like for interventions, if you think the causes of something change over time, your interventions should change over time. And I thought like maybe there's some signal in this data. So that was really cool. We've done other stuff like classifying consciousness, actually without brain data. This is work by my student, Luis Gomez, who just graduated. And so it was starting to seem like, things are going well. This data has a signal in it. We can do cool things with it. But again, the cool thing I really wanted to do was causality. And this is what my causal model looks like. And so it's 5 years of work. I get this model. I'm super excited. I show it to my collaborator and he says, that's an unholy mess, which was really disappointing. Again, after all of this work on the project. And we spent hours together discussing like what's there, what's not there, why is it there, what does it mean? And the problem was things he was expecting, they were measured in people where there was no variations, we can't find causal relationships. And also the questions he had were kind of counterfactuals, like if I'd given this medication, what would have happened? Or predictions, like if I give this medication, what will happen? But of course, I have no data on medications here, right? These are all physiologic variables, and I can't tell him anything about what'll happen, right? I can say, okay, if you set heart rate to this value, here's what'll happen, but you can't actually do that. So then I started getting worried that maybe we're not evaluating our causal inference well, right? We're not evaluating based on utility, we're evaluating it like this, right? It's mostly accuracy. There's different flavors of it. It doesn't really matter. What we care about is I find more of the stuff that should be there and less of the wrong stuff, right? Maybe I care a little bit about how long it takes me to do that or how much data I need. But those are kind of secondary, and it's very much like more is better, right? Accuracy is the measurement. When my students did a review of papers and evaluations, we couldn't find anything about, any kind of metric beyond accuracy. And mostly it's on toy data, right? Not real data. Which, that's a separate problem. And a lot of papers have no evaluation at all. They're just entirely theoretical, right? And so then I started thinking, well, psychologists know something about, how humans make decisions, started looking at what's been done there with causality. There was some good news, which is that all the psychologists were saying, yeah, people are really good at learning causal models. They're actually really good at using them. They can make interventions based on them. But they were doing it in cases like this, where you're like, I have a super pencil. Which of these things are super pencils that can make something go? Or I can put a block on a box and it makes music. Which of these blocks can do that? And so there are all these kind of made up situations, which is not what was happening with my collaborator. What was happening there was he already knows a lot about the brain, right? He's, a neurointensivist. He's running their neuro ICU now. And he's combining the model I give him with what he already knows. And that's not at all what people are doing here because you can't have any prior, knowledge. I mean, maybe, I don't know, some reviewers might have experience with mind reading aliens. Probably most of us don't. And so you're not combining what I show you with this existing knowledge. And so that set off this whole line of work on decision making, experimenting on people. So this is the kind of study I started doing where we have person. This was the first one we did, I think back in like 2017 or 2018. Started Mechanical Turk, moved to Prolific, which we can talk about separately, but won't be important for this. So this was a study with about 1,700 people online, and we have a realistic setting with a person. They have constraints. They have some goal they want to achieve. We give them a set of options, which again are not like variables in a graph, right, that you're turning on or off. They're an actual choice. And we either give them nothing, causal model, or we give them the same information as text. And I kind of thought like, it's like taking an open book exam, even if you know the answer, like it kind of gives you a boost of confidence. Not at all what happened. People did worse. Causal models made people make worse choices. And it didn't really matter if they were text or diagrams. Basically, causal models bad. So that was a real problem, especially all my grants and funding were like, we should try to find causal models. And now I'm like, oh, maybe they're harmful. They should come with a warning label. And then we did all these follow-up studies, what's happening? Are people, more confident in their choices? No, it actually crushes their confidence. Are they looking at it? Yes, they spend more time with the causal models. They still come up with the worst decision. What if we help them realize that they need the help them realize they don't know that much because we're not good at knowing what we know. It made causal models as good as nothing, which was the best result I had for a really long time, which is also really depressing that we can make causal models not detrimental, but it's still as good as no information. And so there was an interesting property though, which was we did different experiments on health, personal finance, diabetes treatment, and the same people, if the exact same question was about robots and aliens, they were fine. It was only once it was about something that was familiar where they had this problem. And so I thought it was this was my mental model of the causal model I was giving people, that there's this knowledge gap and my model is fitting perfectly into that knowledge gap and I'm solving everyone's problems. And I think it was more like this, which is, people have all this knowledge, there's time pressure, it's level, 30 or something where the information is coming quickly and you're I don't know where to put it. There's not really a clear slot for it to go into. And they also don't know which parts of the model to focus on because we're giving them this overwhelming thing that can be used for multiple decisions, which is great, makes it generalizable, but then there's work for them to do to figure out how to adapt it to their choice. And so finally, I have some positive results before I get too depressed. We started thinking, okay, what if we show people what to focus on? And that's what we've been doing. So if we take our general model, this was adapted at the top from this systems map about obesity. The whole model is really spaghetti. This is still too complex for people. And then we had questions where we would give people just the parts of the model that have the paths that lead to the right answer. And they vary in their complexity. There, finally, causal models helpful. So that was super exciting. That took another 3 years. That'll be the theme for everything is 3 to 5 years. There's no quick results here. Finally, simplicity helped. The complex diagram was the same. It was as good as nothing, which, not super exciting. But now if we just give people the paths that are relevant, they make better choices. We replicated this in 16 different topics in different domains with different varying amounts of baseline knowledge. So things like finance and climate, people have really poor knowledge to start. Other things people are better at. But we still found the same thing that complex models, not as good. Any amount of extra information was actually bad. We just add a couple extra paths, people made worse choices with just 2 extra variables. And so it was not a dose makes the poison situation. But you still might say I don't know, I'm a person who likes getting all the information, right? I wouldn't like that, just getting pieces of it. I'd ask what else is there? And so we said, what happens if we let people choose, right? That was not the thing to do. You do see that the majority of people pick what's the optimal answer, which is the simplest information. But there's no difference than when we randomize people. Simple information is still the best. Complex information are tied for last and do not look any different. People do not know what they need. And there's a little bit of a hint of why that is. If you we looked at confidence and accuracy. This was a larger study with 1,200 people. And so we could look at subgroups. If you've made the choice to go to grad school, you might be really interested in the last column. So grad school makes people a lot more confident. Men are also more confident. But if you look at the top on the accuracy, confidence doesn't seem to be helping us, right? People with grad school education do worse with all levels of information. And this is when they pick how much information they want. And so they got to make the choice for every single topic separately, for finance, climate, whatever, how much information do you want for the next question? Didn't make good choices there. And the same thing with men. At every level of information, men did worse than women. So, maybe outsource decisions to high school educated women, I don't know. But basically it's overthinking, right? So we've done a lot of other studies where we ask people, think loud, explain your choices. And the more you know, the more complicated things people come up with. It's like when I give exams to students, then I have a question that's like a freebie basically. And they ask so many questions about it because they're like, it can't be that simple, right? What if he does this and then that and then this happens? And they can't just take it at face value. And I think that's what's happening here, right? Is with more education, people are thinking this is like 4D chess or something, and it's not, right? So you might say like one of the limitations is we're not collecting the right data on interventions, right? Maybe it's if we had all this intervention data, I could make something that's actually useful to people. But here I didn't, right? I didn't have the medications. And so after my postdoc, when I was junior faculty member, I started working on diabetes. And I saw the same thing, right? This is often what you do as a computer scientist, right? You see all this publicly available data. You have no input on what's collected or not, right? It might not have the variables you need. That was the same thing in nutrition. And so as a person interested in causal inference in diabetes, it was really frustrating that there was very little data on food. It's one of the things that has the biggest impact on your blood sugar, and there was no data on it. And the data we had kind of looked like this, where it's, I don't have a figure of it, but like food frequency questionnaires, like how often in the last 6 months did you eat, potatoes or broccoli or things like that? No one remembers, right? You have no idea. I don't know what I ate yesterday. That's what the ASA24 is. Recall for yesterday. Like, what did you eat? What time did you eat it? No one knows. Everyone writes noon, 6 p.m., things like that, because it's very hard to remember exactly what you ate and when you ate it. Or people have to like write down exactly what they're eating in an app, which if you've ever tried to do it is really, really annoying. And actually the behavior intervention is it's so annoying to do that people end up not eating. And so then it's successful, right? You could try it for a week. It's really frustrating. And then I thought, well, computer science, there might be some solutions there. And there were some early works on automated dietary monitoring. Mostly they were just figuring out when you're eating. Any work that was looking at what people are eating was with foods that are like this. And so it's like, if you have carrots or potato chips or banana, I can figure out which of these like discrete foods people are eating. But real meals look like this, right? This is real data from a study I did on pregnant women, pregnant individuals. No one's eating like just carrots and then like stops and then has potato chip, right? It's not realistic. And so early on, I'd start look, okay, the data is not what I need for my causal inference. So I'm gonna do this really labor-intensive line of work that I couldn't get funding for at that time, and build automated dietary monitoring tools. And we collected video and all this data. We annotated hundreds of thousands of chews and swallows. I've seen myself on video and listened to audio of myself eating, which is really weird and an enlightening experience. Collect all this data, but still the problem is we can't deploy it because we can't generalize to unseen foods, right? We can figure out exactly what you're eating in every bite if it's in our database. We can figure out like salad, soup, things like that, but we can't really do it on a large scale. And so starting in like 2018 or 2019, I convinced a collaborator who I think at the time didn't know what they were getting into, and maybe wouldn't have agreed to it with full knowledge, that we should collect data from pregnant women, and what they're going to do is photograph their meals, and we're just going to have nutritionists annotate it. Because it's too hard for people, especially during pregnancy. No one's going to want to like log things in an app. These tools that we're building can't really give you food type, at scale like this. And this is the best way to get accurate data, because we really want timing. We want to understand all the causes and effects of diet. We started doing this. Well, we got funding for this in 2019. We started doing it after a year of trying to get IRB approval in 2020. March, April 2020, with pregnant individuals. And so what we were supposed to be doing was a study on gestational diabetes. The hospital would not let us recruit from the clinic that was high risk. That was our target population. So we had to recruit from the general population. We did, after 3 years, recruit 150 people. We have 21,000 meals that are annotated by nutritionists, that are mapped to databases, and we got 8 people with gestational diabetes, which, given that that was our outcome of interest, was not super exciting. But again, the story is not about exciting results. It's more about like the value of collecting your own data as a computer scientist and understanding the choices that you make and what goes into it. And also you get appreciation for other data sets where you don't have to do that. We had all sorts of problems. We had one person, just the camera on the phone didn't work or didn't store the data properly. We lost 2 weeks of data, which was soul crushing. Other people, there were miscarriages, or other people dropped out. People just didn't follow protocol. Finally, we did get, these 150 people, and we have really cool data that looks like this. We actually know the timing of all these people's meals. People were really honest in their data. So this is a person, we have the entire day. This is every day of their data for their first round. So there are these 2-week rounds. We have 4 weeks for each person with every single meal. They wore an Empatica E4. We have stress, activity, all this cool stuff. This person diligently took photos of their 2 glasses of wine at dinner. So like really great for research, not as great for public health. We can see like the timing of every meal, the number of calories per meal. It was super exciting. After like 3 years, this is, we're currently at the stage where we can actually like do things with the data. So I'm excited. And we learned some things. So we don't have causal relationships yet, but we see all this variation in diet that you would never see if you're asking people, how often did you eat this over the last 6 months? Or remember for these 2 days what you ate. On the bottom, you can see the calorie variation, daily energy intake per person. Some people don't vary that much. Other people have a range of 2,000 to 5,000 calories in a day, right? And so if you sample 2 days of their data, you're not going to learn that much, right? You're not going to get representative behavior. You can see like for the people on the bottom, the variation is huge. And on the top, most of this variation is coming from carbohydrates. It's not coming from calories from fat or protein. So that was super exciting and interesting to learn. And it basically, the way that we're measuring nutrition is not capturing adequately diet. We found things about eating window, which again, you couldn't do if you didn't have accurate timing. So the amount of hours a person spends eating during the day is correlated with calories, but it's mainly like how late into the evening people eat versus how early they start in the morning. And that people's intake is not meeting requirements. So lots of work in nutrition looks at population means and then compares that to these estimated average requirements, which are kind of like the bare minimum. But if you look at the population mean in our data, you think everyone's getting enough calcium. This is great. Like 857, the mean, the estimate is 800. 0% of people do that every day. And less than half of the days meet that. So there's this huge gap. Nutrition has gotten kind of a bad rap because a lot of the results seem to not replicate or get reversed. There's not as much work in machine learning for nutrition, mostly because we haven't had the data. But this shows the importance of collecting this detailed data, right, which you could just never get from the means. And less than 2% of people meet average requirements for most of these things. And so it's a super exciting study that's in progress. And this is my argument for collecting your own data. But I want to finish on a more negative note because that's my style. I don't want to be too positive, which is the downsides of data. And so I had an op-ed about at the individual level. Most of my friends come to me when they want to buy fitness trackers or things like that. And my role is talking them out of it and telling them they do not need that and should stop like living their life by what Garmin tells them to do. I kind of refer to Garmin as it's like all seeing, well, like Garmin said I should do this today. And so I need to do that regardless of how I'm feeling, which leads to all kinds of unhealthy behaviors. The devices aren't that accurate, right? They don't give us the information we actually need. And we start chasing these metrics that don't actually help us. But we have the same thing at the research level. And so this is about thinking broadly about kind of the potential harms of our research. And so I told you about the importance of people's existing knowledge for how they use causal information. I started a project on shared decision-making in type 2 diabetes. And we thought, well, obviously, if your existing knowledge is interacting with the information you're given, what we should do is help doctors realize what their patients believe, right? And so we had a person in one of our studies who wrote this really long thing about how carrot juice cured their diabetes. And so now I just keep using that example because it brings me joy. And how, you might believe that walking lowers your blood sugar, and then your doctor is like, you should take medication. And then, there's this disconnect between the patient's beliefs and what the doctor is saying. Probably many of you in this room believe things that other people would disagree with. So almost half of people in the US, and it's not just Americans, if you're not American, you're not exempt from this. Almost half of Americans believe at least one health conspiracy theory. Vast majority of people believe eating sugar causes diabetes. I get a lot of arguments about this after talks from people in academia who have diabetes, who somehow want to believe that their eating sugar caused it, which is weird to me. Vast majority of people believe vitamin C can cure colds. It cannot. At the same time, we know that people don't tell their doctors things, right? Large proportion of people withhold information. The reasons people give are that they're nervous that their doctor, they might be judged. They don't want their doctor to tell them the information that what they're doing is bad. Maybe they're embarrassed and not wanting to seem difficult, right? And so the question of like, are these fears founded, right? Maybe people are worrying for nothing. Doctors might be used to hearing all kinds of nonsense, right? I get lots of questions that don't make any sense when I teach, but I expect like students are gonna ask questions. They're in class because they wanna learn. And that's normal, right? And I don't judge them for that. So we did these studies. basically looking at, do we think people will be penalized for sharing incorrect information? And we had our participants rate how effective the patient will be at managing their disease, how much they might trust their doctor or doctors in general, how the doctor might perceive the patient, whether they'll like interacting with the patient. And we did this in 3 samples. So 1, general population. Second one is people with type 2 diabetes. And the third one was primary care doctors. And this is what our studies looked like. And so basically people would see vignette, person, they were recently diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, they moved to a new town, they saw their doctor for the first time, and they mentioned, and we have a statement. We did lots of pilot testing. Interestingly, people do distinguish between different degrees of wrong. You could be wrong, but like kind of reasonable, like saying CBD oil reduces your blood sugar. It's not correct, but doesn't sound crazy. Or you could say that doing insulin injections is more likely to make you an IV drug user, which does sound crazy, right? Or you can have conspiracy theories like, fluoride is just a way for these companies to dump chemical waste, or like fast food companies are in cahoots with insulin companies, right, to create customers. And we varied how related they were to the disease. They could be centrally related to disease or, like disease factoids and things like that. So here's what we found. Basically, the more unreasonable someone's beliefs were, the more harshly they were judged. And things that were related to diabetes were judged worse when they were wrong compared to things that were less related. So this is the general population sample. And you basically see this trend, right? And we collapsed all the measures because they were basically the same. So this is across trust, how effective the patient will be, all of the doctor interaction with patient things. And you see this consistent judgment. Whoops, that was in the wrong order. People with type 2 diabetes, you might think like they have personal disease experience themselves. They might be more sympathetic. Absolutely not what happened. They were the most judgmental group about people's beliefs. And the primary care doctors replicated exactly what the patients were worried about. And so if you remember, our proposal was we're going to show the doctors what the patients believe to create better shared decisions. Does not seem to be a viable approach, right? We have a real risk of potentially creating worse treatment of the patients, right? Because the doctors, and it was disappointing. In one sense, like again, for research, you're excited when people are honest. And the doctors weren't all like, oh, I love all my patients equally. But also like really depressing that your doctor is going to judge you and not like you and think you're a bad patient if you say something that they don't agree with. And so I should say this paper is, I don't think it's embargoed, but it's being published like any day now. That was also a long journey. Basically, doctors definitely did not want to hear this. If you're an MD though, maybe reflect on it. I did give a talk to doctors, and after I gave the talk, a woman turned to me and said, I'm a doctor, and I realized I do judge my patients. And so I think there's a whole separate line of work of like, what do we do about that? We've not solved that problem. We've made ourselves aware of the problem and thinking about like, now what do we do to avoid creating worse relationships between doctors and patients? So just wrapping up, my commentary for computer scientists is remembering like when you're making decisions or we learn these causal models, it's never going to be a computer that's making the decision, right? Aside from like maybe self-driving cars. In medicine, a person is going to have to interpret it, right? And that's not how we evaluate the success of our algorithms, but it should be. And also thinking about potential harms of our research, other than fairness is very popular and very important, but there are other ways that things could be misused or could lead to bad outcomes for patients. And we should think about that. And also maybe be a little bit humble in our predictions. I sat on that for a few years, and after 2021, enjoyed bringing it out. I try to avoid making predictions. Not everyone does. And so I'll just thank all my collaborators at Stevens, Lehigh, and Columbia, and my student Aisha, who's 2 to my left in the picture, has a great poster here about if you want to make realistic simulated data to test all of your algorithms and avoid some of the problems with toy algorithms. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Kleinberg. That was a fantastic talk. At this point, I'd like to invite Dr. Bastani back onto the stage. I think we have some lapel mics, so if you guys could try to turn them on, and maybe that'll be easier. And then I was promised a mic runner. Yes, all right. So all the pieces are together. The talks today have been fantastic, and one of the opportunities here is for you guys to think about what are things that were potentially unclear or things that you'd like more insight on. It can be to one of our speakers or to both. And to kick us off while you're thinking and while our mic runner is running, just raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question. One of the things that I noticed came up in both of your talks was the fact that we often want to model messy data, incomplete data, et cetera. And I think as computational folks, there is a tendency to say, oh, better statistical methods will address this problem, compared to spending money on more data, trying to figure out the data quality, all of those other factors. How do you both think about that trade-off, especially in real world applied research and figuring out how to make the most impact?
You want to share? I think you should press on.
Oh, that might be helpful. I don't do hardware. Well, sometimes I do. Okay, great. I think it's both, right? So I think it's super helpful. You do stuff in data that you're dissatisfied with, and it gives you an idea of like, we need, like with the nutrition data, right? That we need to collect this other type of data. I'm part of the large NIH Precision Nutrition Project now. And so there's some things you can't solve with, we could never have addressed the issues with the pregnancy group with better handling of like missing data or things like that. It just didn't exist. There was no timing. And so we had to do that. For other stuff, we work on things like imputation of missing data. I think the problem we have is our current evaluation methods. So work that's in progress is basically for imputation, we create methods for MAR and MAR, right, for things that aren't missing completely at random, but then we evaluate them by randomly deleting data points. And we've tested all of these methods that everyone uses. When we don't do that, and when we actually generate data as MAR or NMAR, and everything works much less well than we think it does. And so I think it's not necessarily better methods, it's also more realistic evaluation of our methods.
Can you just define MAR and NMAR?
Oh, yes, sorry, data that's missing. So missing completely at random is every data point has a equal probability of being absent, and it's not dependent on any other variables. MAR is like if people who exercise are more likely to report their nutrition on that day. And so it's dependent on another variable. And NMAR, the missingness depends on the variable itself. So people are self-reporting their weight only if their weight is within a certain range, right? And so it leads to bias for causal inference and is a huge problem, which is why we care a lot about missing data handling. But our evaluations of methods for imputation are giving us kind of a false sense of security in how well they work. And so it's really like evaluating things, and it's true for causal inference and everything else, right? That we evaluate on things that are a little bit too clean.
I agree with that. I think in our experience, like usually it's always, this is so loud. Maybe I'm really loud. It's always better to, I'm just gonna turn this off. It's always better to invest in better data when we can, but often that's not necessarily possible. So I think where the computational techniques come in is when it's not possible to reach the barrier, or when you're doing resource allocation within trying to figure out, okay, it's really costly to get the high quality data, like where should I target it? So like, for example, with missing not at random data, like if we are going to text individual facilities to like Canada's data, we might want to prioritize, the district where facilities tend to be understaffed, and that's typically where the missing at random assumption is violated. And I think that's helpful. That's where the computational techniques are helpful.
That's great. All right, questions from the audience. We have one up here on the third row. Oh, sorry. We already had one. Great. You, and then you're up next.
This is for Dr. Kleinberg. I was just curious, when you presented on the causal network that you showed, and then your neurointensivist collaborator said that it was a quote unquote mess.
An unholy mess.
I'm curious, like how much of that is like perfection is the enemy of good? Because the criticism that you quoted from him was, how does this medication affect there's certain like physiological effect? In my mind, that could be just something like out of scope. So I kind of just wanted your perspective on the whole like idea, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. In some sense, yes. It's like we had different visions that I guess like we hadn't really talked about, what I could do versus like what he wanted, and where that was sort of disconnected. But I think it's also like a fundamental problem of like the data they have, you can't do the things they want with the data they have because they're not measuring these things. Medications, again, like my whole life is about time. I care about temporal data. The medications, we didn't have timing for them, so we couldn't use them. They were written down like after the fact, but you really have no idea what that means. And so in theory, you know, could they have collected the data with timing? I don't think so, because it would just change the workflow so much that it's just unrealistic to do that. I feel like if we talked about what we were doing, maybe we wouldn't have started a collaboration, which would be a worse outcome. But I think it's more understanding, like, he doesn't understand the details of the causal inference, right? He doesn't understand, like, if you're only measuring something in people who have, you know, an extreme value for it, there's no variation in it, and so I can't find a causal relationship there. Like, it's never going to happen, right? Or things that are measured, you know, at a frequency that's, you know, too low, right? And so things are happening in a cycle that's really rapid. We're measuring them far apart, like you're seeing them in, you know, a steady state, and so we're not going to find anything. I don't think there's any better way of like doing that mapping between like his beliefs, because that's what happens. Like, you know something, you're like, why is this there? Why is that not there? Like, you should find that, right? Which is normal, and I think it's a good thing that, like, if you have expectations of what you want to see in a model, you know, and it's not there, you should get an explanation for why it's not there. But there's not a good way of getting like his mental model, mapping it directly to the data, so I could show him a visualization of like, here are your beliefs, and then here's the model. Though we do have separate data on getting patient beliefs, which is also a really hard thing. How do you know when you're right at getting someone's mental model? That's been a separate journey.
All right, I think we have a question in third row.
Hi, thank you both for great keynotes. So I had a question about the end of your talk, where you were talking about how patients' perceptions of what their doctors think they're going to think if they say something wrong or so on. Has anyone looked at that with how they feel about being judged by AI? Since we have all these chatbots now that are coming on, do people feel less judged or perceive that they're going to be less judged asking a medical question to a chatbot? Can you measure kind of that type of judgment from chatbots also? Has anyone done
That's a great
that type of
question.
work?
I don't know of any work on judgment with chatbots. People have done trust, and especially like trust in groups that are historically marginalized in medicine with AI versus human doctors. You do see differences there, but I don't know anything about judgment. I think that'd be interesting follow-up.
Well, we have two over here, but.
We did it the boring way, which is just a lot of co-development of the UI. So when we started, I'd previously done some work on like interpreting black box models and like just the machine learning literature on that. And it turned out that they hated it, like so bad, because we had a lot of explanations for like why we think there's going to be a demand spike in this health facility for this product. And it was just too much information. Like the reason they were interested in the tools because it was workload reducing. And so I think there's this gap between like what we think people want and then what they actually want. And I don't think there is any fancy way of addressing that other than just sitting together with them and like co-developing the tool and then doing some like iteration. I do think it gets tricky because there's this hierarchy. So like we have district managers who like who want to see something in the tool, and then there's like the truck drivers who are dealing with the missing missing box or pallet that didn't come in, or like the truck that didn't come in, or like the flooding situation. So I think that's really tricky, like thinking about how the tool's granularity would like flow down. Hopefully something someone will work on.
Oh, I agree with that. I don't know what's happening there. I agree with that, but I think that the common theme is also like working with people in the domain, right, and working with stakeholders in it. And I think that there's no substitute for that. We're going to be doing actual decision-making with doctors and patients, with newly diagnosed people with diabetes in a clinic. And I think understanding what people want there, and then also testing tools like in the environment where they're being used versus like on undergrads or like in a sort of like theoretical case?
There were, oh, yes, never mind.
Sorry, I got the mic. Dan Adler, PhD candidate here at Cornell Tech. Thank you both for the talks. I was thinking about kind of sustainability and engagement for both of your systems and the causal models and a lot of like the wearable tracking tools that you mentioned at the end, related a little bit to the interaction question that came up. For the first talk, you're kind of wanting sustainable engagement right over time and you're thinking about how to create that. But then the second talk, you pointed out that, well, there's this like balance of sustainability and engagement, right? Where you want people to be using these tools, but not overusing and not going to quantify your life based upon outputs of these tools. Do you think that issue is more in the intervention design, or what can like we as sort of the people who are building the algorithms or the machine learning tools do to kind of promote sustainability in the case where we want sustainability, but in the case where we kind of want some amount of engagement, but not probably too much engagement?
So for me, for the diet tracking, I don't foresee any future where like that's a good thing for a person to do long term. It's solely for the purposes of research and for learning what people eat, so we can link it to stress, activity, and maternal outcomes and things like that. And so we think about engagement for participants and how do we get people to actually do this for 4 weeks while they're pregnant, which is also a lot to ask for people to log all of their meals. And so we tell people about how it helps our results. Basically, what does it mean for us if they forget meals or if they're inaccurate in the timing, and we show them like what we've done in other studies, and like that we actually can, from audio to emotion, figure out like what's in every bite of food, but we can only do that with like really good labels, and so your labels directly help us. And then we have like debriefing at the end to ask like what's in that picture, like what meat was on the sandwich, and all that kind of stuff. We have some alarms in the phones if you get disconnected or forget to do things. We had to reduce the frequency of that because it was a little bit annoying. But I think overall we had fairly good compliance with the protocol for a couple weeks, aside from like we had people dropping out because the watch was annoying or they wear gloves at work. Both a barista and a doctor had to drop out because it's too annoying for them with their gloves. So those are the kinds of things we think about.
Yeah, I want to draw the distinction between like scientific discovery and like operational improvement. Right. Yeah, so you don't want to have permanent engagement with something that does scientific discovery. I think operational engagement is a tricky. I think when we design these tools, we think a lot about efficiency or accuracy, but I've found that generally the end user really cares about workload reduction, kind of like in the ICU when you have all these alarms going off, there's alarm fatigue. And so they're really trying to like manage a lot, and everyone is capacity constrained. And so we really think about how do we maximize the AURC, but like, does it fit into the workflow? That's a basic question to ask, right? So I think, again, going back to the previous questions, are like really important to like include these people in the loop when we're designing these tools and testing them. Because what we found was basically like the more complex the tool, they don't use it because they're really just trying to like get these things done. And they don't care that like your AURC is like a little bit higher than the previous thing, right?
Thank you. Jessie Lynn Dunn from Duke. These were both awesome talks and sort of emphasizing the importance of collecting data and understanding kind of what goes on behind the scenes of that data. But one of the things that I think both of you alluded to was the difficulty with health data. And I'm wondering if you can share some of the learnings with the challenges of operating both within the US, outside of the US, and any advice you might have for people looking to collaborate with clinical collaborators.
I personally think health data is like really tricky to work with because of confounders, like all this missing patterns that we don't see that are really important. So in the US, typically it's going to be things like patient adherence, intensity of treatment or care that they're receiving, whether they have structural support, like whether they live alone or there's someone at home, whether they have transportation to get access to care, like basic things that we don't really have in the electronic health record as a specific diagnosis code. We are, I think, like getting better at this, like at least at Penn Medicine now, they measure the social and vulnerability index where they ask you some of these questions. But again, there's this problem where like the survey is really long, and who are the people filling out the survey? People like me who have a lot of time on their hands, right? Like not necessarily the people that they're targeting. I think it was like 45 questions that I had to fill out when I was like in labor. So I was like, I gotta kill time. So there was a lot of missing data issues and missing not at random thing. But on top of that, it's also that we don't measure the things that matter. I think this was brought up even more to a point in like a developing country where we don't even see like their basic demand variables. And so then you have to kind of bring in auxiliary data sets to try to kind of even it out. And till today, like I don't believe that it's like going to be perfectly fair or perfectly matched across populations like we talk about in the fairness literature. But to me, that's the really tricky part. Like I've never built a model that hasn't had like some sort of false and dangerous looking correlation, like, you know, basically showing that risky patients don't need treatment because they're the people who don't have access to care, and then we never see them show up in the data set again.
Yeah, I'll just add also in lots of cases, the important things are happening outside the hospital. And so there's like health data from EHR, ICUs, things like that. But in pregnancy, we're collecting data during daily life. In diabetes, the same thing, because it's the patients making decisions, right? And so, you know, actually making sure you're capturing things when they're happening. And in those environments, also working with domain experts. And so when you talk about the correlations, I remember when we first looked at the ICU data, there were patients who were like 68 degrees. I'm like, well, I don't know, you cool them, so maybe. And the doctor's like, no, that's room temperature because the catheter slipped out, right? So making sure you have people who can actually interpret the data and understand it. And then just as like a life advice, I think having fewer, deeper collaborations is more fruitful. It took us 3 years to be able to talk without interpreters. And so the interpreters were, you know, I'm computer scientist, he's MD, PhD, but very clinical. And then we had someone who was an MD, but did a master's in biomedical informatics, and someone else who was more computational, who transitioned over to the clinical side. And they could identify the places where the worst misunderstandings are when you think to understand each other, but you don't, because you don't even realize that it's happening. And just understanding like what's an important problem, what's a difficult problem. And so I didn't actually understand at the start that consciousness was the thing my collaborator cared the most about, not causal models. And so we didn't get to consciousness, but we took the winding long route and we did it a decade later. Whereas like maybe if we figured that out, or like, you know, things that I think are hard that they think are easy. But investing the time to do that up front, and you can't do that, you know, from the start with 5 different collaborations. It's very labor intensive, and you don't know if it's going to pay off, but you just have to sort of take the risk that it might, and then slowly adding in like other collaborations in areas, like having multiple clinical collaborators is like a 15-year project. It didn't all start at once.
Hi, I'm Mehul. I have a question for Dr. Bastani and then one for Dr. Kleinberg. I like that you talked about going beyond things like mean squared error and so on. And I'm curious, when you're doing resource allocation, you said you have to look at like essentially that downstream task, right? I'm curious, in that downstream task, did you like, were there issues of things like fairness and behavior that were included?
What do you mean by behavior?
I mean,
Like behavior of patients or behavior of
both
district managers?
the
or-
people involved in the supply chain, as well as, yeah, I'm just curious if
Yeah.
loss function included things like, you know, fairness and behavior, and if it's possible to even incorporate those.
I think so, but in general, like what we found is that because the optimization loss basically, because the objective is about reducing unmet demand,
Yeah.
it upweights facilities that are historically underserved. So that sort of naturally should come out of a good objective function. So I would argue that if like your objective function doesn't satisfy that automatically, maybe you need to revisit it. Fairness, I think the biggest issue we had was dealing with the imputation in a way that didn't like worsen the equity of the predictions, right? So like I said, if you have understaffed facility, they don't fill out the forms. You build your predictive model assuming that, it's like missing at random, and then you actually end up giving systematically lower predictions for those locations. And we didn't find any method in the literature that kind of fixed that. So we would basically compare it to auxiliary data sets like census data and satellite data, and then try to like upweight locations that seem to be being underserved, right? So it's a tricky problem, I think.
Yeah.
Behavior, I think it's really more about this co-developing issue. So in the beginning, like compliance, I think with like the more complicated UI would have been kind of low, but we basically worked with them throughout the process to make sure that it was something that they liked, that it's kind of what they were looking for. And then like we ended up getting close to 100% compliance in a lot of locations by the time we fully rolled out across the country.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Kleinberg, I think in some parts of your talk, I think you also touched upon behavior, especially when you talked about the information that you present to people and so on. And I saw a connection. So I think your message was, and I was just looking at your paper, less is more, right? And there's a piece of work, it's an old piece of work called The Paradox of Choice, where they talk about like something similar. And I wonder if that's the connection, right? That the more information you give people, the less likely they're sometimes even to make a choice.
So that we don't know. All of our tasks were forced choice. It's a little bit different because it's not about the number of options you have. It's really, and I didn't show it here, but we've shown people, you can actually show them the complex diagram, but we highlight in orange what paths are relevant. And that gives you the same effect as if you give them less information. So it's more about how do we focus people's attention in these. And then all of this has been online studies. Someday when we get IRB approval, we'll be doing real studies with actual people and seeing like, does it translate to real world choices?
All right, and I think that is all the time that we have questions for. Please give another round of applause to Dr. Kleinberg and Dr. Bastani. We are now entering our first break. Program will resume at 10:45 for a surprise addition to the schedule. Stay tuned.
But yes, we'd love to.
Yeah.
Yes, so you clip them to your. Oh, is it? Okay.
Or wait, I'll take that. Just saving.
I really want walk on.
Test. Yeah.
Like looking at the facing, I was like, how is he even alive? It just didn't make any sense. He sent me a list of all the hackathons layout for the next like 2 years, and I'm like, I cannot imagine doing one of these. How are you doing all of them? It doesn't make any sense.
Someone will be, yes, but they're going to be here in a few minutes.
Yes. Is it? Okay, good. Won't make any money. How long? I don't, yeah. Tell her we're starting in like 3 minutes because we still need people to settle, and so it should be fine. All right, everybody. If you're chatting by the entryway, please take a seat. I see you. You are chatting by the entryway. Please take a seat. Do you want to know how they control kindergarten classrooms? Matthew already knows this. He's experienced it. There's the quiet coyote, and then it gets meaner. There's the silent snail, and then there's the shut up fox. So everybody take a seat. If you're in the back having a wonderful conversation, move to a seat and remember that conversation for lunch. We know that we're between you and food. We promise that we will have at least one controversial opinion stated, courtesy of Matthew. That's right. Take a seat, file in. Everybody come in. And we'll get started as soon as the roar of the coffee area subsides slightly via our ushers. Everybody come in, take a seat. All right, you've been a great and very abiding audience, so you'll just get the quiet coyote. So everybody take a seat. I'm going to introduce some of our panelists. And if you're surprised that there are panelists, surprise! So we have had some AV issues and our remote talk is not being screened. Instead, we invite you to watch Dr. Kohane's talk at the following tiny URL. I will give you the next minute or so to write this down. So we have the video online. You can take a photo, watch this later. It's a great talk, but unfortunately he's not available right now at the conference. And so instead, in the spirit of the content that Dr. Kohane is speaking about, we wanted to have a panel on some of the underloved or maybe unappreciated areas of innovation in machine learning and health. And to comment on this, we have 4 people. Our 4th is on their way. So I'm Marzia Gassimi. I will be the moderator. I already introduced myself, and if you forgot, that's on you. This is Matthew McDermott. He is incoming assistant professor to Columbia University. This is Byron Wallace, who is a professor at Northeastern University. Irene Chen, who is your program chair and is an assistant professor at Berkeley. And Dr. Bastani will be our 4th panelist in a moment. But I wanted to kick us off by getting started with a short preface about underloved innovations and things we might want to rescue from obscurity. Why is this an important topic right now? Well, if you remember, many of you probably don't because you're young, but if you are older and remember ever going to a party with colleagues who maybe were from other areas of graduate school or were working in other places, if you would go around and say, what do you do? When it came to you, maybe you said, I do machine learning, and they'd say, oh, and then move on to the next person. And that doesn't happen anymore. As soon as you say you do machine learning, the entire conversation stops, and you only talk about existential threats of AI for the rest of the dinner party. So I think it's especially important now that AI and ML have become such a wide-ranging and all-encompassing topic in many different areas to understand where there are underloved innovations and where there's maybe some more opportunity for our community to highlight something other than an LLM. You'll hear more about LLMs later and tomorrow, but let's start there. So I first want to ask our panelists, what are some more clinical-facing innovations that you think are maybe underloved or more obscure that you'd like to rescue or highlight?
Yes, so I don't know how exactly clinical-facing this is, but something that I think bothers many of us when we think about the healthcare landscape and informatics in healthcare is the fact that as much as we want everything to be evidence-based and we want to do causal inference and things like this, the reality is a lot of medicine is not actually evidence-based, and that's not because of any malintent. It's just we don't know what things actually matter. And the reality of causal inference is, in addition to some of the other problems that we heard about earlier today about causal inference, it also doesn't scale. And I think as we think about using informatics and machine learning tools in healthcare more in practice, we have opportunities to revisit and significantly scale up our use of things like micro-randomized controlled trials and just finding other ways to inject some randomization in how informatics systems make recommendations and interface with human clinicians in a way that mathematically at least doesn't, we don't have any confidence that it affects the risk surface one way or the other, but allows us to actually scalably collect some randomized evidence for different possible treatments, different treatment strategies in healthcare and try and scale up causal inference in that way.
Okay, better evidence.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would second that. I think that the potential to do randomization on sort of an N of 1 scale is sort of undervalued right now. That said, as the sort of natural language processing person here, I think I should probably say that I think large language models are that's where it's at right now. So
no, they are not underappreciated, I promise.
In all seriousness, I think aside from this, like just from sort of an outside view, it also seems like, there's all sorts of very exciting seeming innovations in sort of like, sequencing and gene therapies that seem very exciting to me, but I don't know very much about it, so I can't really comment on it. But it does seem to me that a lot of, for some reason in the sort of popular media, despite my propensity for LLMs myself, this doesn't seem to get quite as much coverage, but it seems at least as revolutionary. So that kind of thing, I guess.
Irene?
So the underloved innovation that I would probably want to highlight is embedded in the type of stuff that we work on, machine learning for healthcare. A lot of times we focus on the health part, but we don't really focus so much on the healthcare part. What we find out is that a lot of the work we do to figure out, how does your glucose change as you eat more food or as you develop diabetes over the course of your chronic disease, we understand more and more about how the health will develop, but how actual people take their medication and how that actual medication is available to them and or better food options or better care through housing or other social determinants of health is pretty understudied. And so my answer would probably be patient compliance and treatment adherence. and figuring out how we could tailor the information we give people, or how we can prescribe medications that they're more likely to take and more likely to stick with in order to overall improve their health long term.
Okay, so we have resources. Sometimes we just don't know where to target them. That's under supported. And Hamsa?
I guess there's a question of like undervalued by whom. So I think from the health clinician side, I think risk scoring is fairly undervalued. And I think for a lot of good reasons, because they're capacity constrained, they're not maybe designed in the best way, but like there's a lot of information there that could be really useful. I guess Irene has this work on like pregnancy high risk screening, right? So there's a lot of potential for these risk scoring tools to actually, you know, help better increase access to care for the underserved, but not being used as much as they should be.
Right. The same question, but for technical innovations. What are some technical innovations that you think have been underappreciated or are more obscure but shouldn't be? And we'll do it in reverse, Hamsa.
Technical innovations. I think a big one is how, I guess I talked about this already, like how imputation affects equity or downstream fairness. Big issues specifically in health. I don't see this so much in like tech or other applications because, you know, the quality of your data is so tied to access of care. And so it's so easy to conflate those things and do more harm than good.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think this data quality thing comes up, especially as we have larger and larger data sets and larger models that ingest these data sets. There's an underlying assumption that more data is better, that, you know, even if you have some poor quality data, surely more poor quality data together will yield a better data set. And I think we're starting to understand that it is not always true, and that maybe even having robust measures of data quality or tracking how the data quality permeates through the model in a way that would be easily attributable and therefore intervenable is something that I wish we studied more. Right now we have a lot of stuff about data, you know, how do you generate data, how do we control different parts there, but less so on these actual data sets. What is, you know, is this an A+ data set? Is this a B- data set? And then how would that translate to questions like fairness, like Dr. Bastani brought up, or also just performance overall?
Yeah, I think so. In terms of technical innovations, it seems, so I'm not somebody that does causal inference, but that stuff seems super important. And it seems like there's been a ton of technical innovation and very good work. And I think it seems like maybe there hasn't been as much uptake in practice as we might expect to learn from like the real world data that like sort of takes these methods that have been developed by very smart people and you know, use them to glean sort of causal insights. And so maybe that would be my.
Do you have an NLP innovation that you'd like to highlight?
Oh.
I'm giving you like a opportunity here.
Okay, so I don't want to like give too much. So there's these things, they're like large and they're what you do. It turns out that if you predict the next word, it's pretty good. I mean, you know, the for better or worse, language technologies are amazing. And as cynical, we all, okay, maybe not all. I was just at NACA last week, so maybe me especially, maybe some of you else, others in the room. You do get this, I'm surrounded by LLMs all day, every day. And it's like, yeah, I get a little cynical about them sometimes, but they are amazing technologies. They really are. So that's all. But I don't know if there's something specific I would point to. I mean, I think people are probably broadly familiar, and we'll talk more about that later. But thank you for giving me the opportunity.
I don't think you can call those underloved, though.
Right. Well, that's why I didn't go with it, obviously.
I think there is no part of LLMs that is underloved.
Yeah,
they're fully actualized.
Totally.
You know, they contain multitudes, and it's all on the table.
That's right.
Matthew?
So I like and I resonate a lot with everything that's been said, actually including the LLMs piece, because I think they sort of uniquely enable some of the clinical applications that we highlighted previously. But on the technical side, I like and resonate strongly with this notion of data quality and the usability of data and things like this. But in the interest of prompting some discussion, there was this amazing talk at iClear this year by, and I apologize, I have a cold, as Marcy said, so I don't remember Moritz something, on the science of benchmarks. And the presenter presented this fantastic paper where they produced a data set called ImageNot, which is like ImageNet, but instead of doing all the careful work that humans did on ImageNet to curate the data set very well, they did a very minimal amount of human curation. They just collected data, they tried to make it as different from ImageNet as possible. And then what they did is they said, if we had used ImageNot instead of ImageNet as this benchmark, would we have generated models that look like ImageNet models that perform as well? Would we see the same ranking? And they found that actually, yes, you kind of do. So this suggested actually that some of the data curation, the careful control of data work that is also often touted as being essential in machine learning actually wasn't as impactful as we had thought it was in the case of computer vision. Now, computer vision sort of in aggregate is very different than healthcare, and there's a lot of reasons why we need to be very careful in our consideration of data quality. But I think that those considerations are much more nuanced than we often make them out to be, because we often focus on some of the more sort of low-level things. I think we need a better understanding of which aspects of our data are so essential and which ones aren't, and which ones can we account for with scale. And I think, to be more specific, an actual technical tool that can help us with that I think is almost criminally underused in machine learning for healthcare is active learning, or other strategies to more efficiently identify which portions of the data space do we need to sample and learn something about and things like this. Because it can just dramatically reduce costs of actually collecting data and probably things like training models and things like this as well in this space where we are so resource constrained.
If you could take one innovation and force deployment of it more widely, what would it be?
Yeah, I mean, innovation is a funny word, but I would have to say data standardization.
That is innovative, I promise,
right.
in healthcare. Yes.
Well, I mean, so we have a bunch of great data standards. We have like I2B2, we have OMOP, we have PCORNet, but none of them are being used everywhere. And like, I would show the mandatory XKCD of, we have 14 standards. We need one that unifies them all, and then you have 15 standards. But the reality is that we're not meeting the needs for machine learning right now. And in particular, especially this new era of sort of very data intensive, high capacity machine learning. And I think that part of this, again, in the interest of being a little controversial on this panel, I think part of this is because it actually benefits us as an academic community a little bit if we have some lack of standardization, some lack of reproducibility in our work, because it protects us in our publication landscapes. If we're like, oh, I can publish in this space because I have done all this work to carefully curate my data pipeline and my models, and no one else can actually reproduce it on their data sets. And that's sort of locally helpful, but globally, it's very disruptive to our ability to actually communally develop models and things like this. So pick any standard, scale that out. I'll be happy.
Please don't pick any standard.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll take that. But specifically, if you're interested, I do have much more concrete thoughts on particular data standards. Very friendly for ML, easy to get into. And scale out your cohort selection, your XGBoost baseline models, make everything reproducible. But yeah, I'll stop there.
Right. So I think in terms of things I'd like to see deployed, any of them. I think
Okay.
I think like as a community, right? I struggle with it. I think many of you do as well. It's very hard. It's relatively easy to like do the cool stuff and write a paper. I mean, that's hard too, but it's really hard to actually like get something into deployment. And so I think just it would be nice if we saw an sort of increase in the sort of momentum with respect to the pace at which we could deploy some of these technologies carefully, and ideally in sort of controlled experimental settings, so that you could actually measure like, is this fancy machine learning doing any good? But I just would like to see more of it deployed. I think the other thing I would say is, as somebody that has done a fair amount of work on scare quote interpretability, like I think it would be good to see that stuff deployed into practice, because it's the whole reason we're nominally doing that work is to help people. Then we sort of write these papers, and I'm not sure how many people we end up helping. So I think like sort of methods that incorporate various notions of interpretability, I'd love to see those deployed, because otherwise it seems pretty pointless to try to build interpretable models.
Okay.
Whatever interpretability means.
Yeah, there's a concept in economics called menu costs, which is when you print out a menu and you put the price there and it costs too much to update the menu. So you keep the cost there, even though you might want to increase or decrease based on supply and demand. And I think there's an interesting analogy about how clinical deployments or some sort of machine learning training goes in the practice, which is that there's almost too much cost to get the data standardized, to retrain the model, to to interpret, to make sure it's interpretable or make sure that the results seem robust and generalizable. And therefore we don't update the models in the same way, or it's not as fast. It's not the same as, Facebook updating the algorithm, you push play and it just is there. And you could do A/B tests, for example. So I would love to see maybe more robust mechanisms for iterating on algorithms in a safe way, but is still able to update according to different things that we might learn about the patient population or about the needs of the hospital and the way operations work, or if there's mysterious air traffic delays that delay one's flight 4 hours, for example. And I think being able to incorporate the real world complexities of the clinical healthcare system into the way that we study our models could be quite powerful.
I'm gonna steal the first answer and go a little bit more granular and say like just measuring common measures across like say clinical trials or various health studies. So we've been part of this project where like, there's like this basic question, like, why don't we learn across clinical trials, or why don't we learn from like historical data sets across different hospitals so we have more like diverse data and stuff like that. And I think we spent about 8 months now trying to collect a data set, and with a huge team of like program managers, like HIPAA IT specialists, doctors, and like it's just a nightmare because every location will like track something like slightly different, right? Or like every clinical trial will track either like 3-month progression-free survival or 4-month progression-free survival, and then you're like, well, I can't really like use both of these together, right? So I think there would be a lot more opportunity for like learning among more diverse models, like transportable models, if we actually had common measures across them.
Okay, it's the same question but reversed. If you could take one innovation and send it into obscurity, what would it be?
Epic. I think it's what Irene said. Every model that you deploy, unfortunately, it's too hard to remove it and replace it with something else. So inevitably, everything that gets deployed, I feel like you just wait until people hate it, and then it becomes the nightmare. And then you need a new innovation to solve the nightmare that was intended to solve the previous thing. So I don't know. Like I guess probably all the models.
All the models, all of them.
Hard to follow that one. I would pick general purpose interpretability. I find, not to
Shots are being fired all over this panel. Like,
all due respect to my colleague.
I don't disagree.
I think that interpretability is very cool and very useful, and the keyword here is useful. So I think having a very clear idea of, we want interpretability methods to determine if there is distribution shift, or we want interpretability methods to do feature engineering. Directly linking it to an outcome of interest in the workflow somewhere is sort of the only way that I will believe that interpretability is useful. If you just sort of say, look at this pretty visualization without any tests, user studies, or tests to see if this is related to something that actually improves the model, then I'm less convinced.
Yeah, those were my scare quotes. I completely agree. I think interpretability without a use case is not a meaningful thing. I think that LLMs have had some, they're out of the bag, and this is actually not all good. So like I was at this kind of strange National Academies thing on like nutrition science maybe a couple months ago, and there was a person there who was a real scientist, and he like writes policy. They write policy. I shouldn't give any identifying information away. They help sort of write policy and stuff. And they were asking in a panel like this, and I was the only computer scientist there, I think. And they were asking about like, how should we think about the evidence that these large language models produce for nutrition science? And I'm like, oh no, like, this is not how it works at all. And like you realize that these technologies are out there, and people, understandably, right? They're like these miraculous things. And I worry a little bit about we're releasing these things into the world, and then there are some downsides to that. And so there's that, and then there's like, they're already being integrated into, Epic and other pieces of software. And I think with like basically no oversight and arguably very little understanding of what these things are actually doing. And I think there are real risks there. So there's some pessimism.
I would like to just emphasize the way that Byron introduced this unnamed person. There was a person there.
Yeah.
Unnamed.
Right.
Who was a real scientist.
Correct.
Who is a policy, did policy things. Okay, cool. Noted. Matthew?
I wish I could pick fee-for-service insurance
Doctors
station, but I don't think that quite fits into the machine learning for health innovations. So I think this is tough because most innovations, most new ideas, they have some really compelling use case that sort of incites their development, and then often they get sort of overgeneralized and spread out into lots of other areas. So to be as least damaging to my future career as possible, I'll say that the specific idea I would highlight is that federated learning is the solution to the privacy problem and the security problem and sharing health data, or even like holomorphic encryption or any of these other sort of deep technical solutions to what is ultimately I think a much more sort of socio-technical, cultural, human security problem of data sharing in health and incentives problem in data sharing in health. So that's what I'll say. Certainly there are other cases where these things are useful, but they're not the solution, in my opinion, to health data sharing, and that's a problem in general.
I agree with that. I'm a noted federated learning hater. Talk to me later if you have questions. All right. What is an area, we're sort of pivoting now to future facing unknown things, right? So what is an underloved area you would like to see perhaps a student who is attending here work on in the next year, where if it came up, you'd say, oh, wow, that was really an important thing. Somebody should have done that, and I'm glad somebody did.
Interpretable federated learning.
Oh my God. If you find Byron with bruises later, it wasn't me who did it. Okay, I'm just saying, interpretable federated learning. Any ideas?
We can start in the middle since I feel like the people on the ends have been suffering a little bit. My lab works a lot on access to care and equity and fairness. And I would say we often sort of use it as the boogeyman and say, oh, it's unfair, or oh, there's access to care issues. But in fact, there's a lot of reasons why people might have differences in access to care. And in fact, it's not one monolithic group. There's a lot of heterogeneity that could at least tie somewhat into interventions that we could plug in. So is it, we mentioned food insecurity, we mentioned housing insecurity, or is it misinformation as brought up by Dr. Kleinberg's talk earlier? So there's a lot of different facets there, and I wish we could take a little bit more time to even just do a very simple clustering of, oh, these are all the types of people who might not have access to care or who might be disadvantaged by this algorithm. What do we think, how would we describe these people, and how does that map then to their overall health outcomes and overall things that the clinicians could do?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty exciting area. One of my colleagues heads up the Food is Medicine initiative at the American Heart Association, and it's exactly the kind of thing that I'm trying to understand. Like, if you were to give patients like grocery prescriptions, like, is that like, are we, waiting for people to get really, really sick because they can't afford healthy food and whole grains, and then, tackling the problem that comes out of that? Can we intervene earlier and actually, incentivize them to eat healthier? And it turns out that as like you dig into that, it gets trickier and trickier. So you can give people like, say, coupons on Instacart to like, purchase healthier food or get $10 off when they buy whole grains, but then they don't necessarily know how to cook that because they've also always been eating unhealthy food. And so then how do you intervene on that? So it becomes kind of like this hierarchy of interventions.
Right.
But I think that's like a really rich understudied area.
I think we'll see a lot of really interesting stuff at the sort of HCI, right? And how people actually interact. And we saw some of that already in the talks this morning. I think that will be an increasingly important space. It's sort of like, okay, so we have these cool models, like how do physicians and whoever else is using them actually react to the outputs that they provide? So I'm excited to see that, and I hope more. I think it will be done, but I'm excited to see the work that comes out in that space.
Isn't the takeaway from Dr. Kleinberg's talk that we should let women with no graduate school make all decisions? I thought that was like the
cool.
slide.
That works for me.
Okay, just checking, checking.
You didn't staff the panel well.
I know.
So I was reminded of something when Irene was commenting on just basic clusterings of things, because I've been working with a student recently who I won't name just for their privacy, but they have a postdoctoral symposium session later, so it will be obvious. But on a project that I was like, oh, we can do a lot with clustering of embeddings in health representation learning space, and these are great from a deployment perspective because we can make decisions and predictions through the embedding landscape, and it's sort of much lower capacity once you restrict yourself to this way. And I thought that the hard part would be all these innovations we want to do on top of actually the clusters that we would derive from the embeddings. And as we dove deeper, I just realized that there's this incredible gap in the literature in the idea of, oh, these neural networks are learning this rich representation space and able to make all these great predictions. And okay, actually we've extracted these embeddings that produced like nice latent phenotypes that describe patients in a deep way. And questions from like, what are the embeddings that we actually care about from extracting from these deep complex neural networks? How do we think about distances in that embedding space? And what does that mean technically? And how do we actually derive clusters in a way that are sort of meaningful to the ultimate use cases we have in mind? And it's obvious, and this is, I'm revealing my own academic hubris here and thinking that some of these things will be more solved, but I really think there's a big gap in the literature actually on this notion of how can we actually derive sort of, a latent phenotype space from these kind of representation learning systems that are clearly very successful in like the natural language processing space with LLMs, for example. Like how do we derive 50,000, health phenotypes from those embeddings? I think there's a real opportunity there.
So springboarding off of that directly, actually thinking not about maybe a hyper-specific area, but just more broadly in machine learning and health, are there things that are missing as part of our education, as part of our community, as part of engagements?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the quiet thing that we all sort of know, but we don't say too loudly, is that we don't actually understand like how a lot of the machine learning technologies work. Like we know how they work technically, but why can these incredibly over-parameterized models actually converge well? What is the ML theory? I think it was Ben Recht who gave a NeurIPS test of time talk a number of years ago on machine learning. Is it alchemy or science? And I think we're still kind of in this alchemy space. And I'm not suggesting that we need to do a bunch more deep ML theory to have real impact with machine learning and data science, statistics, and healthcare, because that's not true. In fact, there's sort of a criminal amount of impact just waiting for us to be able to achieve with basic technologies and basic tools in the space, if we can figure out the incentive structures and get all the stakeholders in the, aligned and things like this. But there is this question of, as we're trying to develop methods that work reliably, that are equitable, that are reflecting the right causal pathways and that we can extract the right kind of information from, we need to understand better what things actually work and not just sort of keep doing this sort of alchemy and evolutionary search via public benchmarks that we do now, especially with the advent of LLMs, which changed the landscape of who can actually do machine learning research to a tremendous degree, which I don't think we've yet to sort of fully appreciate in the community.
Right. So the question is, what should we know more about?
What is the community is sort of missing now?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's easy to be very inward looking. And I think computer scientists especially are very guilty of like coming into a field and being like, it's so easy, and just like throw some neural networks at it, or SVMs in my day, but it dates me. But like I think so I think like just sort of instilling a broader perspective in people and maybe having a little bit of humility as computer scientists for those of us coming from the computer science perspective, not the real doctors in the room. You're forgiven, or you're exempt. So I guess just having like a little bit of a wider view, and maybe that also means focusing less. We're very benchmark oriented, and I think benchmarks are super useful for some things and can drive progress, but I also sometimes wonder about like the utility of these things. Like we have this big brouhaha about like language models passing like the licensing exams, and I'm not totally sure why we want language models to pass licensing exams, but so things like that. I guess just having a broader perspective, maybe, that kind of thing. I don't know.
I like that.
Yeah, part of that broader perspective, I think, is going into the communities where these algorithms and these computational tools would be useful. As part of Computation Precision Health, this new program we're developing at UC Berkeley and UCSF, where there's a full year practicum where the students are embedded in clinical sites and also community health and other public health sites as well. So raise your hand if you have shadowed a doctor. If you're an actual doctor, you can raise your hand as well. So I'm seeing like 20%, maybe 30%, because some of you guys are raising your hand low. And there's a whole wealth of information that you get just being in the environment where this data is created. For example, wow, it's a huge pain to type all this stuff up, or wow, there's so many tabs in Epic. My goodness, the UX is terrible. And just better understanding all of the subtlety that filters into the data that we take as falling from the sky is incredibly helpful, to say nothing of closing the loop of, man, I wish one day one of my algorithms could be in Epic and deployed. And it's like, well, you'll be one of many different risk models that are deployed in Epic. And actually the doctor is already overwhelmed by risk models. And so maybe this isn't the best thing for the actual impact that we're looking for. And so I would advocate strongly for maybe closer ties with the people who generate the data or would use your algorithms or would otherwise have opinions about the things you're doing, closely related to the co-designing, co-learning principles that Dr. Bastani has been talking about.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think building off of that, like understanding the workflow in which things are being deployed and what like their incentives are, which actually matters a lot. I think there's always people who are really surprised when they build a really good, like even assuming this is a perfect prediction tool for a particular condition, if it's not actually reimbursed by health insurers, then no one's going to use it, which is kind of surprising because we're like, oh, shouldn't we just be providing better care? But like the incentives and the environment in which this tool is being deployed actually matters a lot. So there's a lot of particular risk screening tools that aren't being used, not because we have specific equity or workflow concerns, but just because they don't inform any specific decision that we're looking for. And I think a big issue with this, which I'm definitely guilty of, is working with physicians who are very research interested. So like your MD PhDs who are like super excited about machine learning and like integrating it into the hospital, and then you work with them and they're fantastic, great, and brilliant. But then when you like get the tool used in the hospital, other doctors are not like as excited about your machine learning algorithm. They're just trying to get their job done. And now it's like a very different environment. And you might be thinking, well, I worked with doctors, so like, why aren't people using my tool? Well, they're not the same kind of doctors, right? So I think like being very aware of culture also.
All right. The penultimate question that we have is, there has been much written on the potential harms, and we've all actually touched upon the potential harms of deploying healthcare models without appropriate validation, evaluation, regulation, whatever it is. Are there some negative impacts of model usage or deployments that have not been sort of widely written on or widely recognized that you would like to highlight, that are sort of an odd got you?
Do I start this way?
Anybody who has one.
I think people haven't talked enough about like continuous evaluation. So often like you can do everything right and deploy a model, and it might work really well at that time. But over the years, like there are a lot of policy changes. There's lots of changes in how the data is being recorded, how patients are being treated, and we don't go back and reevaluate the models enough. And sometimes like the metric that we're thinking about doesn't even make sense anymore. So like the model we were replacing in Sierra Leone was also actually designed by scientists, a very, very good team from the WHO. It was just that it was designed many years ago. And since then, like many different ad hoc rules had been added to it until it became this like unworkable behemoth. And I think that happens a lot because the menu costing, right? Like once we have it in the system, then we keep using it. Like the paper about like Ziad Obermeyer's paper about like cost prediction, like why was cost prediction being used to decide who should go into high risk care management programs? But like that model was already there, it was easy to use and had been validated, so people just use it. But like we have to be evaluating these things continuously for the specific use case and like changes in the environment.
I can go. Oh, okay. I would say the accountability question is still pretty open right now. And I think when we talk with clinicians and even patients saying, what are your concerns about these large language models, for example, we conducted a study where we asked 400 birthing people and women, so people interested in maternal health, and then also clinicians who work in maternal health. We said, well, how do you feel about LLMs? What are your hopes and dreams, but also fears? I would say the number one concern for clinicians was accountability. They didn't choose this model. They were not consulted about it being implemented into their workspace. They are being told indirectly or directly to use it more, but they also don't know what happens if they use it and something really bad happens. Oftentimes, I think algorithm developers say, oh, we'll have a human as the last fail safe, and therefore we don't have to worry about it being 100% accurate. And then the clinicians say, oh, well, these algorithm developers have thought through everything. They have fancy PhDs and they're overconfident. And somehow the mismatch does not serve the eventual people, the eventual patients who are being affected. And so I would say a harm to highlight then is just this disconnect about where does the buck stop? How much are we expecting each of these people to be promising in terms of robustness, safety, fairness, all of these hot button issues that we often publish papers on, and how to even sort of break down who should be keeping an eye on which part.
Yeah, I think somewhat relatedly, I sort of worry about the possibility of models when they're deployed making sort of clinicians wrong, but more confidently so, right? So like, I think you see this, I mean, this could be as simple as like just sort of exaggerating the training data signal if we're still training models. So like if a particular diagnosis is especially common in a data set, then that may be even more so in the model output. We have some data that suggests this, but also slightly more subtle things like you think about using these kinds of models to sort of summarize evidence, real world evidence, I guess, from a patient EHR. And if you allow somebody to basically do like question answering, so it's like, oh, like does this person have like evidence of a particular condition? The models may come back and be like, yeah, sure, here's here's some evidence that would support what you're thinking of. But it's like part of the reason they do that is because they've been trained with RLHF and they like to be very subservient to you. And so that's a real risk. I think they'll sort of tell you what you want to hear in some ways, and I think that could exacerbate sort of various cognitive biases that people bring to the table. So these kinds of subtle issues, I think I worry about.
So I really like all of the answers that have been given so far. I think they're very practical, sort of imminent and serious concerns. So in the interest of providing something a little different, I'm going to try and think a little bit more big picture, even though, again, I'm just demonstrating all of my academic hubris today, because I'm not sure I have any right to think so big picture, but I'll try anyways. And there's this notion that I like to think about sometimes, and I think LLMs are great examples of this, which is that, humanity in general has this problem, which is there's sort of an incommensurate growth of our power and our responsibility. Right? Like it's much easier to develop a new technology that can have some huge impact, either positive or negative, than it is to know how to use some new technology or tool to have the right impact in the right way. And this is really problematic in systems where you have complex incentive structures, where there are capabilities for sort of in small numbers of actors to have outsized control and impact over things, usually for their own economic benefit. And the reality is healthcare is such a system, right? We have this incredibly complex, especially in the United States, landscape of regulation and lots of money changing hands, and the ultimate stakeholders, the patients, are not, really sort of in control of how their data is used, how their, whether their health status is being monetized to keep them healthy or to keep them sick, and all sorts of things like this. And I think both in machine learning in general, but specifically in machine learning for healthcare, I think without thinking through what can we do to sort of realign systemic incentives, and as a sort of academic machine learning health and health informatics communities, what can we do to think very proactively about the development of these very high cost but high capacity systems that I think are inevitable on the horizon for healthcare specifically. Without some proactive intervention there, we really risk having them end up being very centralized in the control of a small number of people who have very strong incentive structures in place on the economic side for these things, and I think that could be very bad for health. And certainly people are thinking about this, but I think nevertheless it needs more thinking now. So yeah.
All right, I'm going to ask each of our panelists to provide a short closing statement. Okay, and you can use this closing statement to either advocate for a specific underloved area that you've already talked about, right? Or to point people to one underloved innovation that you would like to rescue from obscurity, your own paper, somebody else's paper, a historical paper, whatever you want within reason, go.
I think we're supposed to start that way.
No, we're mixing it up, Hamsa. Gotta mix it up.
I think this was brought up earlier, but I think being aware of like downstream human compliance, I think would be a useful area to study. So I think one of the examples that came up of that I got reminded of when you were talking about it is I think they did some bail risk scoring or like sentencing recommendation decision support tool for judges, and I think there was a Wall Street Journal article about how after it was deployed, things actually got worse in terms of racial disparities because basically they were using the algorithmic score to like confirm their own biases when it was a minority defendant, but then they would tend to overwrite it when it was like a majority defendant. So I think that these cognitive biases, they are a very serious issue, and sometimes it might make sense for you to like not even make a prediction if you think that you know compliance is going to be in a systematically bad way. So I would advocate for that.
Great. I'm looking around the room and I'm seeing a lot of younger faces. So I would wager that a lot of you are earlier in your career and maybe wondering what to work on and how to fight against these, not fight, but work with or near people who work on LLMs and figuring out how you can carve out your space. And so I guess the advice, maybe that unsolicited advice that I would give is to find a big open space, things that people have been neglecting because of the sort of eye of all the funding and interest and news hype has been focusing on large language models, potentially for a good reason, and figure out so things like active learning, things like label shift, things like HCI, and becoming very curious about those areas. And then it's quite possible it might come back with LLMs or whatever the new AI hype thing is later. And so I would sort of say that part of the discernment is figuring out what would be a useful tool to connect to real world practices that people are understudying right now. And so I think that's why this panel is a great idea.
Yeah, I think I'd maybe pick up that thread a little bit in the sense of like, I feel like, I don't think LLMs are going anywhere, but I think like if you're just working on CoreL, as it's a very crowded space, I would avoid doing that. Also, like that progress will be made. I think one thing that's a little bit of an interesting space right now is thinking about such models as an abstraction and as components in a larger system. And in particular, in the context of healthcare, what does it mean to use LLMs as a sort of abstraction? What can we do now with their outputs, and how can we integrate those outputs into larger systems that maybe think about these more nuanced traditional machine learning issues, that have these nice statistical properties? I think there's like a lot of interesting work to be done there, and so like that feels like a cool direction to me. I suppose that's a little bit tangential to the actual question that was asked, but I'm staying with it.
That's okay.
Okay.
We'll take it.
All right.
I think I would go back to some of the things that we said earlier about data standardization and active learning and some of these things, which honestly, the work that's needed is more like engineering work in some sense than this science work. Like, like making it so that you can run XGBoost or very simple models on your data set in, 2 hours instead of 2 months, sort of a thing for a new problem. Make it so that we can reproducibly scale model training pipelines, systems across many private data sets that are always going to exist in healthcare. I think that kind of work will dramatically open up the accessibility and the sort of communal development capabilities of machine learning for health. And it's certainly underloved in the academic community because sort of more engineering stuff is much less valued than the sort of, fancy new model kind of papers. But I think it's really impactful. So.
All right. So thank you to our panelists. We're going to give them a big round of applause. Especially given the amount of notice they had, which was 0. So thank you all again. So 2 announcements. There is lunch outside in the lobby area. Lunch is from 11:40 until 12:40. And then there's a poster session upstairs in the 2nd floor gallery. That's from 12:40 to 1:30. And then the rest of the program is down here again, okay? And so what we're asking you to do is go grab a box lunch. You can either sit outside, sit inside. You can go upstairs to the 2nd floor space. If you have a poster, you need to hang your poster. So please do that before 12:40, all right? So thank you again for attending the morning session, and we will see you upstairs at 12:40 and downstairs at 1:30. Thanks. Byron, thank you so much. Like truly so much. Again, no notice.
Hey, listen.
Whatever you need.
Well, I really appreciate it.
All right. All right, and it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Leo Celi. Dr. Leo Celi is a senior research scientist at MIT and an associate professor at Harvard. He is a trailblazer in expanding inclusivity in clinical research via open access data and software. As the clinical research director at MIT's Laboratory for Computational Physiology and an ICU physician, Celi unites clinicians and data scientists to drive research using routine care data. His group created the globally used MIMIC database and the Philips MIT eICU collaborative research database. He's an acclaimed author and an international speaker promoting the value of data in learning and healthcare.
Thank you. I was thinking, I was asking how many emails could I answer while she was introducing me, but do I just move this? So I'm about to deliver an epic presentation entitled State of the Dark Arts, Real World AI Deployment in Healthcare. See, I think someone is trying to assassinate me already. I'm gonna start with a story that I had narrated before, and you can tell me later who the different actors represent. But it's the story of an organization, a philanthropic organization who wanted to do something good in a remote village in Africa. So they flew there, and then they observed that the women were walking 1 to 1.5 hours each way to the next village to fetch water because they didn't have any source of water, a well, within their village. And so the philanthropic organization said that we're gonna be doing something good for these people. We're gonna be building a well right here in their village, and they're gonna be saving 2 to 3 hours a day of walking with that big container. So they did that, and they were very proud of themselves. There was a new well at the middle of the village, and they went back to their respective countries. And then a year later, they said, let's have a photo opportunity. We can celebrate the good that we have brought to this people in this remote village in Africa. So they flew there expecting that there will be new industry that would have sprouted as a result of the extra 2 to 3 hours of time of the women. And what do they observe? The women were still walking to the next village, spending 1 to 1.5 hours each way to fetch the water. And they were so confused. Why are you doing this? We built this well for you so that you don't have to walk 3 hours a day. And the women answered that those 3 hours are the best part of our day. It's the only time we could get away from our husbands. How dare you take those 3 hours away from us? So you could see the moral of that story. Here we are, we think that we could fix healthcare, we could reduce the burden of disease, but we never really ask the patients what they want. And this applies to so many different scenarios and use cases. It applies to global health, it applies to healthcare entrepreneurs, it applies to industry. So why are we here talking about AI? AI is very different from the previous innovations that we have seen for three reasons. The first is that the applications of artificial intelligence is boundless. It is really poised to upend every facet of society, from healthcare to education to transportation to law enforcement. And every human task that involves thinking is truly at risk for being infiltrated by AI. For that reason, since its applications are so broad, it's going to be very difficult to regulate this technology. As clinicians, I don't really understand how MRI works, but I don't have any problems prescribing MRI or requesting an MRI for one of our patients in the intensive care unit. Most of us here, I'm sure some of you do, understand how GPS works, but GPS is now part of our lives. We never question whether these technologies are safe or not because their focus is relatively narrow. And for that reason, we could sleep at night thinking that some organization did its job to make sure that these technologies are safe to use. But the second reason why AI is different from previous innovations is the rapidity with which it is advancing. It is truly unprecedented. And for that reason, hear this, there will be no AI experts. And I'm gonna repeat that again at some point during this presentation. The only way we could keep up is to build what we call collective wisdom, because no single group will be able to keep up with how quickly this technology is advancing. But the biggest difference between AI and previous technologies is that AI is inequitable by design. It is inequitable by design because the raw materials, the ingredients for AI, are the digitized exhaust of systems that we know are discriminatory. So if all we're doing is dumping gobs and gobs of data into some encoder and then building models based on accuracy, then we could be guaranteed that we will be cementing all the structural inequalities that we see in society now. December 2022 set the stage in motion for the Game of Thrones of health AI. That's when ChatGPT was launched, and as you've heard, within 5 days, it reached 1 million users. Within 2 months, it reached 100 million users. And in the summer of 2023, OpenAI, which, as you know, produces ChatGPT, partnered with Microsoft and Epic into a $1 trillion alliance. And that sets into motion really the Game of Thrones that is going to continue to happen. And recently we saw from a report from the Wall Street Journal that in an internal memo within Google, they were sharing that they could see large language models truly being beneficial in countries where there are not enough healthcare providers. So they're really seeing themselves as producing this societal benefit of bringing healthcare into those who may not have the resources to have access to it. And of course, they're forgetting that these large language models are trained primarily on content coming from rich countries and fine-tuned with the help of health experts also coming from high-income countries. And increasingly, as we have been reading, these large language models are making their way into the hands of patients and clinicians very sneakily, because they're coming in, guys, not as healthcare products. They're coming in, guys, as chatbots. They're coming in, guys, as just personal coaches or admin assistants or digital scribe. And for that reason, they are not seen as health products. And for that reason,
They escape the oversight of the FDA. As you know, FDA only oversees software as a medical device. They don't have anything to do with non-device clinical decision support. They also escape the oversight of IRBs because IRBs are not really interested in product enhancements. So this loophole is being exploited by the developers of AI, especially those that are framed as just administrative assistants. So I think one of our job is to close this loophole because these administrative assistants, and I will convince you by the end of the talk, are also putting lives at risk. They may be just summarizing notes or drafting letters to the patients, but they could contain errors that would have profound distal consequences. But even before the advent of the large language models, we have already seen some electronic health record vendors, I'm not naming any, that were sneaking in algorithms. And this actually happened during the pandemic. We heard about 2 AI models that made its way into dozens of hospitals. The first is an algorithm that will predict the onset of sepsis. I'm hoping that most of the audience here is already familiar with sepsis. And there was another proprietary algorithm that predicts clinical deterioration. So they were deployed during the pandemic, not as a software as a medical device, but as a non-device clinical decision support tool. They are not meant to replace clinicians. They're only supposed to inform clinicians who should know better if they should trust AI or not. Months after the rollout, a group at the University of Michigan demonstrated how garbage of an algorithm those models are. So the one that is supposed to predict clinical deterioration, I think the ratio of the false alarm to the true positives was 30:1 at University of Health Colorado. But anyway, the long story short, they questioned really the validity, the robustness of these models. And the same group at Michigan, they really have a vendetta against this electronic health record vendor, prove also that this sepsis prediction model was also garbage. That of the missed cases of sepsis, it only identified 7%. And this is actually the one where the ratio of the false alarms to the true positives was 30:1 at the University Health in Colorado. A year later, very quickly, as a result, Epic released, I just said the name. They released an explanation condemning the papers in JAMA, condemning the papers from Karandip Singh, saying that, hey, our models are being accessed by tens and thousands of clinicians. We have transparency on how the model was made, which is of course bullshit. Those models were deployed without a data card, without a model card. We do not know which patient groups from among the Epic universe were used to train the model. We do not know how much error interrogation they made. But they even included this photo of a very good looking smiling couple to reassure us that everything is okay. But what could have gotten wrong? What was wrong with the models that they deployed? And the short answer is data leakage. So it turns out that the original sepsis prediction model, one of the features used was prescription of an antibiotic. And clearly, this model was not developed by, they were developed by no clinician in the group. Because the clinician would have told, why are you using antibiotic prescription as a predictor of sepsis? So that is a clear example of data leakage. And there are lots of examples of data leakage when it comes to machine learning models for healthcare. This is another one that got highlighted in this paper from JMIR, showing that their model predicting the onset of hypertension included medications that are actually prescribed to lower blood pressure. But none of the modelers knew that this brand names of medications are actually already being used to treat hypertension. So a year after the rollout, Epic, well, first of all, they retracted the model, and then they introduced a new model. And this is not really the first time that a software is being upgraded to a new version, but this is a complete remaking of an algorithm that is being used for the care of seriously ill patients. And an error by this algorithm is not going to give us annoyance or irritation. It would kill patients. And let's question ourselves, how come no one got punished for the rollout of these algorithms that likely killed patients? As I mentioned earlier, the ratio of the false alarms to the true positive was 30:1, which means that this created a huge burden for the clinicians at the front lines of care during the pandemic. So I'm pretty sure if we do a post-mortem, we're going to find that some patients were harmed as a result of a deployment of a model that is not robustly validated. So where are the patient safety committees? Where are the medical bioethicists? How come no one cried foul when 2 algorithms were deployed masked as product enhancements? More concerning is the fact that clinicians are increasingly using large language models into their practice. This study came from Roxana Danescu and her team from Stanford. They conducted the study in 2023. So as you can imagine, it's probably going to be more alarming now what the result of the survey. But they had about 134 clinicians who participated in this anonymous online survey, asking them, are you using large language models and for what purpose? What is your level of confidence in the accuracy of these large language models? 100 of the 134 are attending physicians. The rest are residents. I think a good proportion of them are practicing in the West Coast of the United States, but there's representation across the country. And there's also representation of different types of practices. But I could tell you that most of the attending physicians were practicing in urban academic centers that take care of vulnerable populations. And about 65% are using large language models regularly. And majority of them are saying that they are likely to continue using them in the future. And there's about already 79% using them for patient care, asking them clinical questions. So our group published this at the start of the year. I believe some of the authors are actually here. And in this paper, we wanted to see the performance of GPT-4 for differential diagnosis generation, as well as for treatment recommendations. And what we did was we used case vignettes from the New England Journal of Medicine and asked GPT-4, what do you think are the potential diagnoses for this patient? We also use case vignettes of patients presenting to the emergency department. What should be the workup for this patient? But what we did was we use identical text prompts in terms of describing the case, but we keep changing the sex and the race ethnicity of the patient. And this is a busy slide, but I wanted to just summarize the most salient findings. When we gave GPT-4 the case of a patient who has blood clot in the lung presenting with shortness of breath, every time the patient happens to be a woman, panic attack or anxiety disorder would bubble up as one of the differential diagnoses. But we don't see that as often if a patient were a man. When we gave GPT-4 the case of a college student with sore throat, for everyone else, it's strep throat. If the college student happens to be Black and male, you start seeing gonorrhea, syphilis, chlamydia, other sexually transmitted infections. More concerningly are cases presenting to the emergency department. Across the board, if the patient were Black, GPT-4 is less likely to recommend the use of CT scans and MRIs. it's less likely to recommend calling a specialist such as the cardiologist. So as you could see here, it's very easy for these large language models to learn of societal biases. It has learned that women are more likely to be hysterical, making symptoms up. It has learned that Black patients are more likely to be malingering, going to the emergency department, only wanting narcotic drugs. And it's no surprise because we're training this on internet content, and internet content is full of this harmful stereotypes. And as I mentioned earlier, we are increasingly seeing large language models that are guised as digital scribes. These are meant to just summarize patient notes. These are meant to provide a draft of a letter that you're wanting to send to the patient, or you're wanting to send to the next provider. But what we're also finding out is that these summaries are not foolproof. They're not 100% accurate, and that they're finding errors that could be potentially detrimental to the patients. So the one that comes to mind was a scribe that would draft a letter to the patient, and it was being used for a cancer clinic, and they found this recommendation to lose weight given to the patient. And again, that's not surprising because I would say 99% of doctors' letters to patients would include that recommendation to lose weight, but you never recommend that to someone with cancer. You never recommend that to someone with an eating disorder. So the message there is that data is very context-driven. The content that we see in the internet, the context that we see in PubMed, they're very context-dependent, and yet we don't supply that to the encoder when we're using them to build large language models. This is another paper that looked at whether this apps that would draft letters would be saving clinician time. And what they found is that there was no time saved because an astute clinician would have to look at the letters. So they still ended up reading the letters. Occasionally they would find errors, and that would disrupt their whole workflow. So this idea that we will be making clinician workflows more efficient is not truly supported by evidence. They did find that the letters drafted by AI were longer and sounded more empathetic, and for that reason they said we should continue using large language models. I say that we should hire more clinicians with empathy rather than use more large language models that appear to be more empathetic than our doctors now. This is another study, came from Pranav's group, I believe, from Harvard. And again, they were trying to really determine whether it would improve the workflow of radiology. So radiology AI, as you know, is already ubiquitous out there. And they thought that, hey, it's going to improve the accuracy. It's going to improve the interpretation of X-rays. It would bubble up those cases that might be much more complex for a radiologist to read, and then bubble down, I don't know if that's a word, those that are more straightforward. And they were expecting that across the board, the improvement of performance would be observed among the radiologists. And once again, we are wrong. That assumption is wrong. What they found is that the poorest performing radiologists did not improve universally. Some actually got worse, their performance got worse. And some who are already reading X-rays very accurately, some of them got harmed. Every time AI suggests a different reading than theirs, they start losing confidence. They start making more mistakes. So I think the idea of developing AI in a vacuum within your laboratory is not the right way to go forward. We have to be developing AI human systems because we can never predict how humans or users of AI will change their behavior as a result of a suggestion or as a result of some new information. The next series of slides are not meant to scare you, but they will, so I'm giving you a heads up. This is a paper that was published in 2021. It's not really a machine learning based algorithm, but as we know, this is exactly the type of task that we would like artificial intelligence to help us with. What they did here is to prospectively evaluate a clinical algorithm that is still expert opinion based, but they wanted to see whether it's going to improve outcomes as a result of providing a prediction of which patient will develop acute kidney injury at least 24 hours before they develop the complication. And they prospectively evaluated the algorithm in 6 hospitals. 2 of the hospitals are small community hospitals. And they did their due diligence in really making sure that this is a safe algorithm to deploy. And this is what it looks like. It's telling the clinician that, hey, this patient has a high risk of developing acute kidney injury based on the rise in creatinine or based on the reduction in urine output. So when the IRB looked at the application for approval to go ahead and proceed with the prospective trial, they deemed it to be low risk because, again, the algorithm is not meant to replace clinical decision. It's only informing them, and they're not introducing a new intervention. The clinicians are still continuing with their standard of care. So they said, go ahead, this is a low risk trial, and you don't even need to have an informed consent. The biggest takeaway from this trial is the same message that we have seen earlier, that the effect of AI on health systems is heterogeneous. It's not the same. And they looked at a composite outcome of requirement for dialysis, admission to the intensive care unit, or death. And is there an impact of the use of the algorithm when you combine these 3 outcomes? And overall, they found no improvement, or they found no reduction in this composite outcome. But when they started disaggregating the result based on the 6 hospitals that participated, they discovered that it doubled the mortality in patients who were admitted to the 2 small community hospitals. And they couldn't explain why they doubled the death rate in those patients. So looking back, it wasn't a low risk algorithm. There is no such thing as a low risk AI product. So imagine this, you probably have this app in your phone already. It's an app that is allowing you to take a photo of a suspicious mole, and it tells you the likelihood that this mole could be cancerous. And not surprisingly, when you looked at the data card, most of the images that were used to train and validate the algorithm were that of or came from light-skinned individuals. But more concerningly is the likelihood that it started learning from the quality of the image. During development, it started learning that the images coming from expensive iPhones are less likely to be cancerous. And that feature is now encrypted into the algorithm. Imagine how that would scale medical errors, and that would scale the problems that we're seeing now. And the reason I brought that example is we know that AI sees a lot of invisible features that humans cannot. This is a paper from our group. It's actually a global group where we demonstrated that it's very trivial for computers to infer the race ethnicity of a patient based on a medical image, whether it's an X-ray or an ultrasound, without the presence of any clinical data. So they're finding something that would infer whether that patient is Black or Hispanic or white. And the most perplexing thing is we couldn't figure out what it's learning. It clearly wasn't the disease distribution. It wasn't the age that you could infer from the bones. It wasn't even a specific anatomic portion of the X-ray or the ultrasound or CAT scan. And then this paper came from Marge's group saying that from the way we write notes, it's very easy for computers also to infer what social demographic group the patient belongs to. So even if you try to hide these sensitive attributes from the machines while you're training the algorithm in the hope that they're not going to use those features, I think that there's no hope in terms of trying to hide these features. And the best we can do is actually use them. Be aware that the machines will know whether the patient is black or white, whether the patient is gay or straight, whether the patient is rich or poor. That's already a given, but maybe we could use that to help us build fairer algorithms. So how do we move forward? I am not a naysayer. I will not continue to do my research under the domain of health AI if I do not think that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. But two things need to happen very quickly. The first is we need to educate the entire world, not just the machine learning community, not just the clinicians, but everyone involved, to have some basic understanding of AI, and more importantly, what are the risks associated with AI. And why is that? We need everyone's help to regulate this beast of a technology. We need everyone to step up. But how do we do that with a technology that is moving so fast? As I mentioned earlier, there will be no AI experts. The only way we could survive is if we truly start watching each other's backs, we start teaching each other, we start learning from each other to build this, what we call collective wisdom. And this is the ethos of the datathons that we have been organizing around the world. The idea here is to interface computer scientists, doctors, nurses, social scientists, social workers, and together they curate the data set. Together they build the models. Together they try to predict what is the downstream effect if such an algorithm can be deployed. And we're hoping that this type of education becomes mainstream, because right now they're all at the fringes. They're not the usual way of teaching a new curriculum. And I would argue that by the time you come up with a curriculum to teach health AI, that curriculum is already outdated just because of how quickly this field is moving. In the same way, most of our legacy systems are going to break. So if you tell me that, hey, we need a prospective randomized control trial before we could deploy AI, that's not gonna work, because it takes 1 to 2 years before a prospective randomized control trial is completed and peer reviewed and published. And by that time, you need to recalibrate your model again, and you need to start from the very beginning. So the system that we have right now in evaluating health products, it's not gonna work with artificial intelligence. So I wanted to just give you a few description of what we have been doing. As I mentioned, we have been organizing datathons, and they have evolved to now a series of events. One is called Biasathon, where the objective is, can we discover as many data issues as we can so that future users of this data set will be aware of the problems with the data set. So we have this concept of what we call a bias glossary. We think that every data set out there should not just be accompanied by a data dictionary, but there should also be a bias dictionary or bias glossary. And this is a community crowdsourced list of data issues that people have discovered in the process of curating, in the process of building machine learning models. We had our 10th year anniversary of the Datathon in January of this year. This event actually took place last year before the 10-year anniversary. This was held at MIT, and the participants that we recruited were inner city high school students, because we feel that a lot of these datathons and hackathons are only happening at the top institutions. And I would argue that the people in these institutions probably do not understand the problems as well as those of the students who are in community colleges or inner city high school students. And it's the same objective. We want them to truly realize that the only way to move forward is through having this collective energy around understanding the data, around using that data for the public good. And we have been taking this event around the world. And I think one of our strategies is to build regional hubs. So we have a strong network in Latin America. And what we do is we connect the different groups from Chile, Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, because each one wants to truly leverage AI technology in improving healthcare delivery, and there's no reason for them to be doing this within their own silo. So we are going to Cali, Colombia next month, and we will be bringing our colleagues from Santiago, Chile. There will be people from Mexico City. There will be our partners from Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we do this in every continent. We have a strong network as well in Asia. We will be in China in September, Taiwan in October, and then Singapore in December. And once again, we make sure that our partners from the other countries, the other surrounding countries would attend those events. And it's time for us to review our notes, review our calendars, our journals, our diary to see what's happening within our own countries. And increasingly, we have been partnering with professional societies. As you can imagine, every subspecialty professional society is struggling. How do we educate current clinicians? How do we educate the future generation of clinicians to make sure that they understand what artificial intelligence is? So we have been working with the Society of Critical Care Medicine, European Society of Intensive Care Medicine, and speaking with the societies for nephrologists, for radiologists, to make sure that they are aware of the problems that I've just described to you. And since last year, we've started organizing what we refer to as Health AI Systems Thinking for Equity Policy Camps and Workshops, or CASE camps and workshops. And the format is similar. We have teams working together with members coming from different backgrounds. And what we do is we assign them an algorithm of or a paper to dive deep into. And during this policy camps, we ask them to imagine the worst nightmare scenarios that can occur if such an algorithm are to be deployed. One example of an algorithm that we gave to the students in Mbarara, Uganda, is an algorithm developed by investigators from Stanford, which predicted the sexual identity based on the headshot. So they trained the model on headshots from Tinder and Grindr. And not surprisingly, it was very accurate in terms of inferring the sexual identity of the person. And the students in Uganda were shocked because in Uganda, homosexuality is a crime and you could go to prison for being homosexual. So they said, just imagine if this algorithm gets into the hands of the government. So we give them different algorithms. And then after imagining what wrong or harm could possibly happen as a result of this algorithm, we ask them, can you come up with guardrails, either at the government level, at the health system level, at the clinic level, at the university level, so that those nightmare scenarios wouldn't materialize. And a lot of our policy papers actually come from ideas that were generated from these HASTE policy camps. The second thing that needs to happen, and yes, I'm gonna sound like a philosopher, is that we need to soften the systems of power that control and regulate and distribute AI. AI, like other health innovations, the impact hinges ultimately on who gets to design and develop it, who gets to distribute it, and who does it get distributed to, and most importantly, who gets to sit at the table when it comes to laying out the agenda for this technology. This is a photo of the group that was convened by the White House to create a committee that will make sure that AI is not going to harm society. And who gets to sit at the table? It's the CEO of OpenAI, Anthropic, Microsoft, Google. And they're truly thinking that we could trust industry to put public safety at its priority. And it's a bit different now because there's a $4 trillion price tag with regard to the investments in AI. So you've heard this saying before, every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it gets. I would argue that the medical knowledge system that we have right now is perfectly designed to produce the health disparities that we have. And the way we're developing and deploying AI right now is perfectly designed to cement the structural inequalities that we see in society. But what does system mean? System is not just about the compendium of policies or the organizational chart or even the data infrastructure. The system that I'm referring to is the unwritten written laws that govern how we think, how we solve problems, how we work together, how we teach and learn from each other. So I'm going to end with a video that I saw about a year ago. I think some of you have heard this video, but it's about a basketball game that got interrupted in the middle because the men happened to entangle the net. And they stopped the game and the men started jumping, trying to disentangle the net. And after so many tries, they failed and they left the game ended. And within a minute, the women's cheerleading squad built a pyramid and solved the problem in less than 1 minute. So there are 3 lessons from this video. The first is that competition most of the time kills collaboration, the collaboration that we need to solve complex problems such as those in healthcare. And all the men were trying to outjump each other, trying to show that they could jump higher than their teammates and can solve the problem. In health AI, all we're hearing is that my data is bigger than yours, my model is deeper than yours. That mindset is not going to help us in taking advantage of this technology. The second lesson is that you won't solve problems if you're only surrounding yourselves with people who have the same training as you. I have been very critical of labs where every student are all computer scientists and the professor is a computer scientist because you won't see the problems from different angles. You need to interface with people who don't think like you. This is really a call, a plea to have epistemic diversity in the groups that you interact with. And finally, the third lesson from this video is that the people who created the problems and the people who continue to preserve the problems are unlikely to solve those problems because if they could, the problems would not be there in the first place. So I think that translates to this final message, which is fair algorithms will not come from privileged people like us, because we don't see the problems from all lenses. We need to bring in people who truly live and understand and have the best perspectives to fully illuminate on all the issues that are involved when it comes to healthcare delivery. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Emma. I'm from Cambridge. I wanted to ask you about, you were talking about how, let's say the models can kind of figure out someone's race or sex or, and can use that to maybe bias some of its results. I was wondering about kind of, because some of that is useful information, right? Like, you know, when I was at medical school, I was sort of taught that, you know, Black women are more likely to have sarcoidosis and things like that. So how do we as researchers try to unpick what is, you know, because sometimes it's not always obvious what's helpful bias and what's not. So like, let's say if women are more likely to have, let's say, a mental health issue be the cause of their symptoms, how do we go about unpicking that?
Yes, so it's going to be very context dependent, right? So we need to understand when is sex a biological factor and not a social construct that is affecting the way decisions are made. And that's a very complicated thing to do. And that needs really the input of a lot more people than the team developing the model. And this is the reason why truly there has to be a much bigger team developing these models. So, and I'm hoping that the machine learning community will start addressing those problems rather than we build a bigger transformer model, getting data now from Black people. Like, that's not the answer. Like, even if you have Native Americans in your data set, they still have bad outcomes. You still have missing confounders, and that's the problem too. Oh, we have a causal framework, except that you cannot have a causal framework unless you truly collect all the confounding, which of course we don't have. So I think that we need to recenter where the community is going, addressing the more fundamental questions rather than let's build bigger data sets. Let's look for quality data. And mind you, I keep saying that our obsession with quality data is going to harm us, because when you deploy the model, it's going to be deployed not on quality data. They're going to be deployed on real world data. So they're bound to fail if you're only building models on well-curated quality data. So there's a lot of things that we need to do, and we need to start prioritizing where should we be focusing our emphasis on.
Thank you.
Thank you for a great talk. I'm Amina Dibi from University of British Columbia. Are you worried that upcoming AI regulations could give even more power to a few powerful companies by creating a barrier to entry for everyone else, just like how we have only terrible choices right now when it comes to EHR systems?
Yes, we're very worried about regulatory capture. We're very worried about CHI and the assurance labs. First of all, yes, it's okay to prospectively validate a certain model when it comes to accuracy, but I don't want people to get this idea that once they get certification from the assurance lab, that they're good to go, that they're no longer required to validate that particular algorithm on local data. So to us, we tend to side more with HAIP from Duke, the Health AI partnership, where they want the validation to be truly more local rather than centralized. But what that would look like would be very difficult. Like Duke University is so well resourced. Just imagine trying to replicate that in a critical access hospital. It's not going to happen. And we know that these hospitals, as well as LMICs, are bound to be harmed by AI because they don't have any strong infrastructure to oversee the deployment of these very powerful and yet very potentially risky tools. So yes, those are the things that ethicists should really be talking about. Another thing that we have been worried about is how $4 trillion is being invested in AI and how that is siphoning investments away from digital infrastructure, away from material needs of communities. So instead of training more community health workers, you want to deploy AI that was built at Mayo Clinic in Nigeria. I mean, where are the ethicists there? Like, this is wrong. We're decimating populations. And this, we're not talking about the existential risk of robots taking over, which might happen 5 years or 10 years from now. We're talking about the existential risk of people who are marginalized now, because we're wrapping up this experiment where we showed nicely that if you build 10 machine learning models and then you run them on your population, you will find that the majority of them will get 9 or 10 out of 10 correct predictions. But there will be a portion of the population, about 5%, that will get 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10. AI is going to continuously getting their diagnosis wrong. And I could tell you, these are the people who are underrepresented to begin with. Their outcomes here at the beginning, it's going to go down further because they're going to be given wrong predictions and classifications. So what we're trying to do now is, can we identify those patients who are at highest risk of being harmed by AI? And when we do our fairness evaluation, can we focus on these patients? I hope I didn't depress you.
Hi, and thank you very much for your talk. A lot of your kind of comments have been talking about kind of the unintended consequences of deployment of these systems. And I guess, how do you go about designing evaluations that inevitably will lead to feedback loops? Because once you have a prediction, clinicians will then act upon it. How do you build safeguards around that? Or how do you design kind of studies that really allow you to monitor this in almost an RCT way? Do you think that's the way to go?
Yes, so we do have an answer. We don't just give you problems without potential solutions moving forward. One thing that I wanted to highlight, which you had alluded to, is the fact that it's very difficult to say when an AI has made a mistake, especially if an AI is trying to make a prediction, right? Because the prediction will be tied to an action and you will never know the counterfactual. You will never know if the prediction would have happened if there was no action taken. And then even with diagnosis, it's not feasible because the large majority of misdiagnosis is undiscoverable because we don't biopsy everyone, we don't do an autopsy on everyone. And as you know, the way that we're doing practicing healthcare now, we do make a lot of mistakes that are not that we are not aware of. The answer to your question is that ultimately the only evaluation that matters is the impact on health outcomes. So we wrote a paper about disparity dashboards a year ago, where what we are proposing is that for every disease, we are monitoring real time what are the outcomes disaggregated across the different groups. And we'd like you to focus on those that are historically underprivileged when it comes to that particular disease. So what we would like to happen is that, yes, you do your due diligence in terms of making sure that the model is performing well across different patient groups, but it doesn't end there. At some point, you're gonna need to deploy it, but you're gonna need to deploy within a research framework. So you're gonna have to randomize some units or some hospitals with this particular with the availability of this algorithm, and some without the algorithm. You're going to do a crossover at some point. So what we would like to happen is a perpetual trial of all AI algorithms that would go on forever and ever. And each time you're seeing some very alarming widening of the gaps between disparities, you go back to the drawing board. The problem is, what do? I guess what you do is you try to optimize for those group of patients. You try to do a post-mortem of what could have possibly gone wrong. Why are the disparities widening for these particular diseases? But I think that these are the things that we could do. Again, we have to reimagine this prospective randomized controlled trial because that's not going to work. So maybe we no longer would have journal publications of trials, right? We just have a website that tells us this is the effect estimate on this group of patients at this point in time. But that's going to be shifting our paradigms of how we create and validate knowledge, because at that point, there will be no longer any journals. And that would be a win, I think, if we dismantle all the journals now that are truly enablers of bad research to propagate. So my call to you is to start redesigning every legacy system that we have, because AI is truly going to not just expose the cracks, they will break the dam, and we need to have an alternative design of that system to take its place.
So unfortunately, we are out of time. Let's thank Dr. Celi once again for a great talk.
Thank you, Dr. Celi, for a great talk. Our next agenda item is the panel. So we have now a panel on behavioral health, and it'll be moderated by Dr. Kira Gann. Kira Gann is an assistant professor in the School of Operations Research and Information Engineering and Cornell Tech at Cornell University. More broadly, she is interested in bridging the gap between research and practice in healthcare through adaptive online algorithm design, computerized automated inference methods, robust causal discovery, etc. Before Cornell Tech, she was a postdoctoral fellow at Harvard, and she received her PhD in operations research in 2022 from Carnegie Mellon at the Tepper School of Business. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Kira Gann. Let me figure out the slides.
All right, so thank you for staying. It's late in the afternoon. We have a wonderful talk from Charlie, and now we all know that AI has some very serious problems that we need to call our attention to and redesign, validation methods that we've been thinking in the past. So in this panel, we were going to focus on discussing health economics instead, and whether we can change behaviors that patients are doing that leads to chronic illness. Those are the questions that we are going to get inside this panel. And most importantly, as a machine learning and research community, how can we contribute to help patients shape healthier lifestyles and obtain better treatment outcomes? Okay, so let me just introduce our wonderful panelists, Dr. David Melzer. David Melzer is the chief of the section of hospital medicine, director of the Center of Health and Social Sciences, and the chair of the Committee on Clinical and Transitional Science at the University of Chicago, where he is the professor of Department of Medicine and affiliated faculty at the University of Chicago, Harris School of Public Policy and Department of Economics. Okay. Next is our panelist, Walter Dempsey, who's the assistant professor of biostatistics and also an assistant research professor at the D3 lab located in the Institute of Social Research at the University of Michigan. And lastly, we have our panelist, Dr. Frances Perry Wilson, who's the Associated Professor of Medicine and Public Health, and also the Director of Clinical and Transitional Research Accelerator, and the Course Director of Interpretation of the Medical Literature, and the Co-Director of Human Genetics and Clinical Research Core. All right, so maybe let's start with the health economics. So Dr. Melzer, as someone who specialized in cost-effective analysis, do you think most of the treatments available nowadays are cost-effective? And, what are some pathways that we as a community can help improve patient treatment experience in particular?
Yeah. That's an easy enough question. I think this is supposed to work. You're not hearing it? I'm good? That's okay? Okay, great. There many things that we do in healthcare are valuable. I think most of us would argue that on net, the tremendous improvements in health that we've gotten over the past decades are of value, but there's equally clear and conclusive evidence that we waste a tremendous amount of what we spend. And the dilemma is that the value of some of the things we do is so high that if we get rid of it, it more than harms us for the savings we would get if we get rid of some of the bad stuff. So we have to be incredibly selective in deciding what we don't do. And we're not very good at that right now. And a lot of it is that we make very bad decisions sometimes about the context in which to use things. A lot of course, also is that particularly in the United States, but also globally, we often misallocate resources with an emphasis towards probably giving too much to people who have resources and too little to people who don't. So there's a lot of opportunity for improvement. And as we go through the panel, I can talk about some examples where at very large scale, you can produce dramatic improvements in value with relatively simple interventions. So hope that helps.
Yeah, sounds great. I mean, from the policy design perspective, do you see immediate actions or research places that should be paid more attention to that could potentially identify the things that people can do in clinical practice could potentially lead to more cost-effective treatments?
There's a lot of work that's been done on low value care and overuse. And I will say that I believe there is a lot of low value care. I also think that the net impact of that literature so far is pretty small. And that's unfortunate. I think there are a variety of reasons why, including the politics of the situation. A lot of that's been driven by specialties. Specialties depend on those sorts of services in order to make their living. And so they often take on targets that are obvious ones, but not maybe sometimes some of the ones that are more critical. So yeah, I think there are some interventions that are important. I also think that particularly in the United States, and there were some comments about this earlier, you know, we've tend to denigrate fee for service and move towards capitation and risk-based reimbursement. And there are good economic reasons why you might want to do that under certain assumptions about the way the healthcare system works. But, and those are in particular that certain procedures are dramatically over-reimbursed and too profitable. But there's a counter argument. And the counter argument is that if risk adjustment is not good, these model or quality measurement is not good. These same incentives create incredible incentives not to deliver care to people who actually need it. And I would argue that, you know, machine learning actually makes that a bigger risk in the present. It is at this point far easier to game the system to make money than it is to actually improve care to profit. And you know, this may be an intermediate stage in the development of predictive analytics, but to me, it is very clearly the stage that we're in right now. And so I would add this to Leo's great list of the many things to worry about in AI.
I see. Yeah, I mean, just because we have very diverse panel here. So next question is, you know, all of us probably come up with analysis on and proposal policy change on, you know, how the current treatment should be changed. So in broadly, when we are trying to make an impact, we try to integrate some of those treatments or policies that we came up to clinical practice. So have you encountered any resistance when you are trying to implement some of the policies that you developed in the field? And, you know, what are the main obstacles, right? Even going down in that pathway.
I can take a first stab. Okay, good, it works. I was worried I was going to start talking and then have to fiddle more. So I think your question is sort of geared towards how to actually have some impact with the treatments and policies that we think might be effective.
That's
or
right.
have efficacy. So I think there's two issues that come to mind, for at least for the work I do. So for those of you who probably none of you know me, or some of you know me maybe, I do a lot of work with digital interventions. Running clinical trials, trying to develop digital interventions, and then also combining those with more traditional clinician-delivered interventions. So trying to come up with sort of intervention packages in sequential decision-making. Often we think we have something that is efficacious. We run a trial, we think, okay, we're seeing an effect here, how are we going to deploy it? And one of the biggest problems is how to actually have it be implemented in the system. And so there's been a lot of work. My colleague Daniel Almiral at D3C in ISR at the University of Michigan focused a lot on implementation science and actual intervention development in implementation science. So there's actually a lot of questions of how to deploy these things, and what he's looking at is different methods for, over time, seeing if something's effective, and if it's not, how do we re-randomize individuals to other types of interventions to make them more effective? So that's one side of the coin. The other side is, so I come from I guess I don't even call myself an ML person. I maybe a data scientist. I'm a statistician, so whatever. And I think one of the interesting things, so the last talk, there was a slide when he was talking about University of Michigan, and one of the names up there was Karen Deep, who just left us to be a chief health AI officer at UC San Diego. And someone at Johns Hopkins I know just took a job at Fred Hutch to be a chief health AI officer at Fred Hutch, Jeff Leake. And I think there's been a nice push, and when I talked to the two of them, that there's an understanding that a lot of these tools we're developing aren't being deployed properly. And instead of trying to do it from the side of being an associate professor or professor, they're realizing that you actually need these new roles to help with that implementation, help facilitate the use of these AI algorithms in practice. And so I do think that those types of roles are often quite useful for implementation and for actually putting these things into practice.
Can I pick up on that? So I've got a question. Who's heard of Blue Cross Blue Shield? Raise your hand. Okay, raise them high. Okay, let's be honest. Okay, now who knows the difference between Blue Cross and Blue Shield? Anyone? Okay, so, oh, good, one, yay, okay. So Blue Cross is hospital insurance. Blue Shield is doctor insurance. Why do I tell you that? Because the organization of healthcare in the United States is profoundly structured by the difference between the hospital and the doctors. And this is true not just in academic medical centers, it's true throughout the vast majority of hospitals. And for those of you who were at MIT, take a look back at Jeff Harris's work on this of 50 years ago. Why is this critical? It's because in many, many hospitals, the financial decisions, like the acquisition of an EHR, the management of the algorithms with the EHR, are really run on the hospital side. And yes, they sometimes bring doctors over onto the hospital side, but then they report to the hospital. It is not the norm in most American hospitals that you truly have partnership between the doctors, the people who are actually providing care, and the hospital side. And I've lived this in all the years. I run about a third of the inpatient volume of my group runs about a third of it. And it's taken decades to get to the point where for major decisions, we are truly at the table. And so the stuff that Leo mentioned in the last talk should make us all nervous. And what we just heard should make us nervous, because what that tells us is the culture of the organization of American healthcare is still being driven on the business side of the operation and not on the clinical side. Now, there are some examples of doctor-run clinics, and I'm sure some of them really are, very, very engaged and have doctors really making decisions. There are also examples of traditionally organized hospitals and health systems where there really is engagement. But I think it says a lot that's a room so embedded in healthcare almost no one even knows the difference between Blue Cross and Blue Shield. It shows you how hidden this is. And if we're going to be successful, we have to undo that and really bring to light where real decisions are going to be made.
That's a great point. So I personally work on in the space of digital interventions, and we focus a lot in the outpatient setting. And do you think this could be a potential venue where patients directly get access to some treatment decisions, potentially developed by people who care about them? And in particular, right? Let me just be the bad person right now. When people talk about digital interventions, a lot of people just ask the question, does it really work, right? What are some clinical evidence that can really show the benefit of having digital interventions and maybe having digital nudges for people to change certain behaviors? Are there clinical evidence actually to support that statement, right?
Yeah, I'll jump on that one. So hi, everybody. I'm Perry Wilson. I'm at Yale. I study clinical decision support and in the context of pragmatic randomized trials. And that acute kidney injury trial with the elevated mortality in the subgroup in the non-teaching hospitals is my study. It's always good to see your own work referenced at a conference. That's not necessarily the context that you want it. But it was obviously a study that was really important and helped educate my group about how to best evaluate and implement these types of interventions. And we've gone on to do many other things that you haven't necessarily seen. And certainly there is ample evidence now in the clinical decision support space, the nudge space, that you can make doctors do things more than they otherwise would do. That is very clear. For example, one of our trials called PROMPT-HF is a study about getting people with heart failure and reduced ejection fraction on guideline-directed medical therapy. There are 4 classes of medications that, in theory, every eligible patient with heart failure and reduced ejection fraction should be on, but very few of them are actually on, in large part due to what we call clinical inertia, which is that when you're a doctor and the patient's sitting in front of you and they look fine, you don't do anything. Right? You just kind of say, okay, see you in 3 months, see you in 6 months, see you in a year. Well, in heart failure and reduced ejection fraction, the evidence is quite clear that if they're not getting, let's say, a beta blocker of a certain type, then they will die more often than they would if they were on that beta blocker, regardless of what their symptoms are at baseline. And so we developed a nudge system that was intelligent, and it looked at the patient and it told the provider, oh, hey, they've got this drug, but they're missing this drug, and here are the relevant factors. And we showed quite clearly in a randomized trial, cluster randomized trial, that you can get the providers to significantly increase the rate of prescription of those medications. We can't show, or haven't shown yet, is that it improves the outcomes for the patients. So this is not to say that it doesn't, but it's actually a geometrically difficult problem. And the context that I talk about this in is often in the number needed to treat. So when we talk about a medication in a population, we often say, okay, how many people do we need to treat to save one life? For example, if the baseline mortality rate is 10% and your drug reduces that by half, all the way down to 5%, well, that's a 5% reduction. That means you have to treat 20 people to save one life. That's a lot, but it's not bad, right? Particularly if it's a drug that's cheap and doesn't have many side effects, you'd be more than willing to treat 20 people to save one life. And 20, by the way, as a number needed to treat is not too bad in the world of medicine. That often surprises people, but look it up. Our number needed to treat are quite high, mostly because outcomes are rare usually. Now, if we're in the context of clinical decision support or digital interventions that are trying to get you to prescribe that drug, well, there's a number needed to nudge. And that number needed to nudge, let's say, is 1 in 10. We have a pretty effective nudge for a provider. That we nudge 10 providers and 1 increases the prescription. Well, now we've got to nudge 10 people to get 1 additional prescription, but we need 20 prescriptions to save 1 life. And all of a sudden, we have a number needed to nudge of 200 to save that 1 life in terms of a clinical outcome. And this is why we always design studies, and we should design our studies with process and clinical outcomes. It is much easier to show that you can change a process. You can get people to order tests. You can get people, if we're talking about value, we can get people to not order tests. We can get people to discontinue medications that are expensive and not useful. Much, much harder to show that it changes the outcome for the patient at the end, because that's a much noisier output of your analysis. And so this is a problem that takes a lot of sample size, and I actually have some thoughts about how we can get to those sample size, but we'll see if we have time.
I'm just going to one quick thing, which is on the patient side. So I work a lot with individuals with chronic illnesses. A lot of these nudges are trying to get you to do something. So you have a cardiac rehab population, you want them to walk because it's good for their health. We've shown that the nudges are effective at getting them to walk, but how many steps can you get, and how effective is getting those steps in terms of long-term distal outcomes? You run into the same types of issues. So I think while in my case it's not necessarily process, but it's sort of proximal distal. A lot of the time these nudges have great proximal effects that we can measure in small sample sizes and see something, but then saying, oh, those effects are going to have some long-term distal effect of significant magnitude is a much more open question.
It's also unclear whether the population that is amenable to nudging in terms of the patient, or encouragement in terms of the patient, has the same net benefit of the thing that you are getting them to do as the rest of the patients who are less amenable. So in a drug context, there are some patients it's easy to get started on a beta blocker because they're good patients and they do what you tell them, and they have a pharmacy close to them, and they've got good insurance, et cetera, whatever. It's easy to get them on a beta blocker. Is the number needed to treat in heart failure 20 for patients that it's easy to get on a beta blocker? Or is it the same as patients that it's not easy to get on a beta blocker? Or in some sense, does the benefit accrue to the people for whom it is hardest to get them to do the thing? We don't know the answer to this, but you could hypothesize that you're going to get the most benefit when it is not the low-hanging fruit, when you're actually changing the behavior of the people whose behavior is the most difficult to change, which even makes this a more challenging problem.
Can I comment as well? So I'm a big fan of the nudge stuff. Richard Thaler was at the University of Chicago, and it's work that began there, not so much in healthcare, but actually before that in broader economics, the work of Richard and Bridget Madrian. But I also do have a concern, you've kind of touched on it, which is that the reason nudges are interesting is that they're so cheap. And the reason they have to be so cheap is, for the most part, they don't individually have very much impact. And I gave it to Kevin Volp's done some of the wonderful work in this area, and I sort of was a discussant for some of his work a number of years ago. And I talked about the difference between nudge and nudge. So you guys know what a nudge is? It's New York. Everyone should know what a nudge is. Sort of, a Yiddish word for, the mother or grandmother who's always, pushing you to do something. And the point is, nudges are way more effective than nudges, right? It's really hard to say no to your mother. It's really hard to say no to your grandmother. They can have profound effects on you. And what does profound effect mean? It means they don't just deal with the one thing you didn't do. It's the next thing you didn't do, and the next thing you didn't do, and the next thing you didn't do. And because, in fact, folks for whom behavior change is so hard, it's almost always multifactorial. We've done some work where it's not just the fragmentation of their medical care, but their unmet social need. You look at their unmet social need, it's not one unmet social need, it's 7 or 10. You've got to address them together. And so, one of the really interesting things in the poster session to look at is how many of the papers were very rationally, incredibly focused on a particular change that often could be embedded in a particular clinical environment you can control completely. But I think the reality is, if you really want to move outcomes for the people who have the most likelihood of poor outcomes right now, which is where the opportunity is, you can't just change one thing. You got to change a bunch of things. And I think that should make us all think that as we apply these things, we should be thinking not just about the small focused targets that are easier to accomplish, easier to get funded through a grant, easier to get tenure based on, but to think about the things that really move health, which means you've got to go for bigger targets, like changing the way healthcare is organized, changing the relationships between patients and providers, that sort of stuff. And I think there's plenty of applications of AI and large language models in those contexts as well. But I want to encourage people to keep those on the table, because I think that's where health impact is.
Yeah, so I think you raised the important point that, people respond to nudges differently, right? So I think, I'm personally a big fan of designing personalized nudges over time, just to figure out what the patient responds best to. There's still a lot of open problems in that area. How do you design the best personalized treatment? Because, the way people respond to nudges does decrease over time. They become habituated and they don't respond to those things. So what again, can you talk about, what are the open challenges in terms of designing those interventions? And from a design perspective, how can people actually come up with the right sequence of intervention, or even construct those interventions in the first place?
Two quick thoughts, I guess. One is sort of jumping off what you said, which is, at least in my world, people think digital interventions aren't enough, and I tend to agree. But every time I give a talk about digital interventions and I'm talking about methods, so you go to a statistics talk, it's usually a bunch of math, and then you say, here's a case study, and then you show some effect, and everyone's happy. But usually the effect is on the scale of this one targeted little digital nudge, and we're seeing some movement on the proximal outcome, and we're happy. And they're always saying, how can we do better? And one of the things that we've been thinking about with Billy Nahum-Shani at Michigan is how to think in a more multifactorial way, building designs that actually incorporate randomized nudges with more clinical interventions. So we have these designs, we call them, if you've never heard of a SMART, it's a sequential multiple assignment randomized trial. I have to look at the sky because it's always hard to remember that one. So we have SMARTs, we have MRTs, which do for digital nudges. We have all these different ones. How do we combine them and build an intervention package, as opposed to trying to optimize a single nudge one at a time? And how do we think about its incorporation in terms of implementation? And so building a larger scale trial that tries to accomplish that all together. It's been more difficult to get funded because of its complexity. So I think there's some issues about how to actually get those funded. They take longer to run. So the last speaker was talking about we don't need prospective trials. And while I do think that's not a bad goal, maybe, I'm not sure how I feel about it fully, but I think in the reality of today, building something like that's going to take time. And so I think these types of trials are multi-year sort of goals. But I think that's where I would sort of head, is thinking more about how to build this package, how to build trials that are more macro focused as opposed to just how do I optimize this one single nudge?
I'll just put in a plug for evaluation technique. So how many people in this room are currently taking part in a randomized trial?
Like running one, in one?
No, in one, as a participant. No one else is on Instagram? No one's on Facebook, TikTok? No? You all are, well, to the extent that you're on any of those platforms, you're in about 10, at least Facebook, the last one was 10 simultaneous randomized trials. They don't call them that, right? They call them A/B testing. And you're doing it all the time on the web. You're getting served an ad, and there's another version of the ad that gets served to a random group of people, and they're following the click-through rate. And their marketing is able to do, yes, they don't have an IRB, yes, they don't consent you, or they give you one giant consent that you didn't read when you signed up. But we actually need to take advantage of these types of models, particularly in the healthcare setting. We need to move our IRBs and our concepts of how we formally consent patients for these types of studies to allow for the rapid evaluation, the A/B testing of these kind of interventions, because that is the only thing that's fast enough to keep up with AI. The other thing that Facebook and TikTok and everything does with their randomized trials that you don't do with your randomized trials is typically a randomized trial in medicine randomizes 1-to-1, sometimes 2-to-1, sometimes 3-to-1, a fixed randomization ratio from the beginning to the end. Inefficient. What these companies typically do is something called a multi-arm bandit trial, and there's other names for this, but the idea is that as you're gathering data, you start out 50-50, but as this ad seems to be getting more click-through rate, well, you sort of preference the ad in the randomization. So now the randomization is 60-40 for the ad that gets more click-through. You always keep a little bit of randomization in the background because you know that things are going to change over time. People are going to stop responding to that ad because of whatever happens. You always need that little bit of randomization in the background, but your system learns and directs people to the most efficient ad or the most efficient method of care. This is completely different than how we run clinical trials in medicine right now. And people are very nervous about the idea of kind of constant ongoing clinical trials, little drips of randomization scattered here and there throughout your hospital stay or throughout your clinic visit. But we need to start talking about it and thinking how to do it safely and ethically, because otherwise we are going to be stuck in this world of like, oh no, it's impossible to study these things, so let's just cross our fingers and hope it works.
Let me just do 2 quick plugs. One, how many of you ever tried to deploy an RL agent in real time in a healthcare system? Yeah, so me. It's pain. It's horrible. I mean, it's like pulling teeth. It's just, I mean, between the data quality issues, trying to write a protocol paper about an RL algorithm, like it's just a nightmare, but it's fun, and I do recommend trying it. So I think you should all go for that. And how many of you have ever sat on an IRB or gone to a DSMB meeting? Yeah, so I also recommend that for everybody here, because that's another thing you're going to have to deal with. And I think these types of things, like I love talking about them, and I want people to do them, but I want people to recognize the difficulty of them and how long they take to actually do properly. So that's my only point I wanted to make.
I guess I want to just maybe add a point on that, right? After we run the trial, we need to run statistical inference to conclude, right? Was this treatment, a dynamic treatment, useful at all? And, there's still a big gap there in terms of methodology, what the existing methods can do, and considering how short the horizon of those trials are. So, I mean, a lot of research can be devoted in that area simply to ask the question, right? Given this limited amount of data that we have, how can we efficiently conclude with high confidence, right, whether this intervention was useful or not? All right, so going back to the design question of nudges a little bit more, sometimes if you are trying to nudge people around you to have certain behavior, sometimes you really need to get them to understand what your logic, right? Because, sitting sedentary affects your maybe like gut health. That's why it has a consequence, your acid reflux and things like that. So in terms of designing digital interventions, do you think interpretability of the decision-making process can actually make a big role in how successful nudge is going to be? I mean, I know it's a tough question.
We did a smallish survey study that tried to untangle this a little bit. And the basic gist we got from frontline providers who we were nudging was upfront, they would say, yes, I want to know why your model is telling me to do this thing. I want to know, why? Why do I have to admit this patient? Is it because of the low platelets, or is it because they're diabetic, or is it because they're old? And and there's, as you all know, there's a variety of techniques, even with these quote unquote black box models, to add a layer of explainability, at least on the individual level, to explain why a prediction is made for a given individual. That said, then we asked them, if we showed you in a randomized trial that following this algorithm versus not following this algorithm improved the outcomes for patients in terms of survival or quality of life, then would you use it? And they said yes. So the proof might be in the pudding here. I think the idea of explainability is really good. It feels right. We want to know, but there are a lot of things that, we give a lot of medications that we're not entirely sure how they work. Ask a doctor how Tylenol works. They are not going to give you a very good answer, and yet we know that you feel bad and you have a fever, we're going to work. So to some extent, the solution is make a thing that saves patients' lives, and then people will use it.
Can I push you a little bit on that? It's a little inconsistent with your comment earlier about A/B testing.
Okay.
And the idea that you always hold back some fraction to continue to see if something's true. And obviously the concern is generalizability. One of the big problems with clinical trials is what's the comparator group, right? And we're very poor at defining what usual care is. Well, intervention A applied it exactly the same way in a million different places could lead to a million different results, depending on what usual care is and intervention B is. And the world is changing. I mean, in the cardiovascular risk reduction trials, a lot of the data we still rely on is 30 years old, reflecting a completely different world of medical management. So when we think about angioplasty or bypass, those are decisions that we're comparing to something that is completely different now than it was then. So, I do think it's important to have theory. And I do think it's important to try to test it. Like, I recognize what you're saying, like the data sort of speaks, but I think it's really important not to just think that's enough always. Maybe it's all we got. And I would just say if it's all we got, we better be sure we sort of keep some of that A/B testing going.
I totally agree. I was meaning to refer to the acceptability of an intervention from the boots on the ground.
Right. I agree with you. I mean, but of course, people believe a lot, listen to a lot of stuff they shouldn't believe.
Yep.
I mean, on a related note, right? In terms of interpretability, do you think if the patients were better educated, right? If they know, those are the things that are potentially causing them to have this particular disease, could that be useful? And is there room for digital interventions actually for educating the patients about the basic facts about the symptoms that they have?
So two things on that. One was the talk that was earlier. I cannot remember which talk. I'm sorry. I flew in this morning. I'm tired. The talk that talked about giving simple explanations rather than the full complicated DAG that was drawn. So, I think education's great, but over-education can be a problem too. So I had a group that was doing pain management, and they built an app, and the app had every possible description of pain, and you could go into all these different subcomponents to learn more about pain management and different versions of pain management. They were very excited about it. The problem is people get overwhelmed with that amount of information. They don't know what to look at. And so a lot of our work was just figuring out what components of that app could be useful to nudge them towards in given moments. So we did a lot of work on, like, they would say, okay, this is what I'm worried about. And you'd say, okay, then these are the options you should look for in terms of pain management, or randomize them to sort of learn which ones are more useful. So I do think that education is great, but knowing where to focus their learning is also an important piece. The only other thing I want to say is in the context of I work a little bit in the area of suicide prevention. We have post-hospitalization individuals with elevated risk of suicide. They come out of the hospital. A lot of the issues there is more of a education for barrier reduction. So it's like barrier reduction intervention. So they come, they say, I'm a little, why are you feeling the way you do? And then we talk them through, okay, what are the barriers you have for seeking treatment, and try and walk them through that way. So I think, again, those are both guided, though, that's my main point, guided ways of looking for education, as opposed to sort of, here's everything under the sun we know about this issue, and just have at it inside of one app. I think that's not as effective.
Is that a place where large language models might fit? Like you feed the large language model all the knowledge about pain, and then the patient can interact with it kind of at their level and sort of explore. I don't know. This is.
I'm going to say something that I'm not an LLM person, but I'm going to. So I think that's true. I think the thing you'll have to have is the guardrails that was talked about. So specifically in certain areas like suicide, right? You don't want the thing going off and making up content. But there are with the interventions that are more automated discussion-based barrier reductions, I think the LLM could search through and figure out what content to provide, but with some barriers around, not providing certain types of content in certain times. But I agree that would be a much better way to synthesize than have them automatically look through.
This makes me think of something maybe worth raising with the group. We do a lot of recruitment for clinical trials. And when we do that recruitment, one of the techniques that we use, really the central technique we use, is motivational interviewing. And one of the key ideas of motivational interviewing is asking questions to patients that are broad enough that let them talk, and then listening to what they do. And that's really a critical part of understanding, what their personal values are, building trust and everything else. And it's really interesting to reflect on how you would use large language models in that sort of context. I mean, is there a world where we would do that? My first instinct seems like a real stretch, particularly given, all the concerns about equity and, validity that we just heard. But I think it's worth highlighting, because that really is probably the gold standard for helping people make decisions. And it seems really hard, almost by construction.
Yeah, so following up, so say that I've identified a disease that I want to run a randomized control trial. So what are the considerations for designing those adaptive trials from a technical perspective, right? We all know we need to think carefully what are the evidence that we want to find from a trial ahead of time, so that once we collect the data, we're not surprised by, something important is missing, right? So can you comment on, in general, right, what are the considerations that you need to think about in terms of sample size, reproducibilities, and things like that?
A statistic question.
Stats question, right? Yeah. So I think that what was interesting about today, hearing a lot of the talks, and I think even in stats now, we don't talk about design of experiments at all, and how to design an experiment appropriately all the time. We talk about we have this thing we've already built, how do we deploy it? And then you're like, okay, have you done a trial to test if it's good? And then you have to talk about, how are you going to recruit patients to such a study? How are you going to do other things? So in the context of digital interventions, the first question I've always had is do you have some prior data that you're basing this off of? Or is it kind of some review of the literature suggests this is going to work, and so you're just basing it off of that? What we've done a lot of work on is, in the context of digital interventions, we run these things called micro-randomized trials. They're basically A/B kind of testing within an individual. So multiple times a day, you might receive an intervention to get you to do something. It's randomized. And a lot of the constraints in that space are around what the policy looks like. So these are where, when I raised my hand about the RL algorithm and stuff, that's where, we can talk about building these really adaptive algorithms, but how do you do it? What states are you going to use? What are you going to do if you have missing data in one of your outcomes? What are you going to do if someone turns it off? You have to make all of these decisions a priori for trials. And so you have to write them down in a protocol paper, or at least you should write them down in a protocol paper. And I think sort of that's one of the benefits for me from involving experimental design stats people like myself, is that that's kind of the expertise we bring. But I do think it's good to think about in your own work, if you want to do A/B testing, you want to do some type of design-based work, thinking about writing these things down ahead of time, writing down what you want to test, So are you testing the proximal effects, the little nudge effects, or do you actually care about the distal effects and you want to size for the distal effects? Do you want to understand the interaction between two parts of your system, or you just care about one of the factors and you're doing sort of a single factor analysis? So I think writing it all down ahead of time in a protocol like that, and then having all of the software pilot tested, because I don't know, if you run a wearable data analysis study and you're trying to run an RL algorithm, everything's going to break on your first participant, and you don't want that to be the first participant of your real study. So I think there's a lot of kind of design considerations like that to put into perspective.
Also, the temporal limitation of the readout of interest. Like you can only do an adaptive trial if you have outcome data coming to you while the trial is ongoing. So you can't do it if your outcome is 10-year mortality. It's typically got to be something that's shorter term.
Actually, this is also a nice opportunity to talk about mechanism, right? Because if you don't have a hypothesis about mechanism, you don't have a process necessarily to understand whether you're going to get to the outcome. So that's yet another reason to do process-oriented analyses.
Actually, when you submit to the NIH now, you have to do these mechanisms. You have to specify the mechanism, the target mechanism, and the outcome you care about. And so you actually have to start thinking about that ahead of time, which also means you have to talk to the clinical team and not just be designing an RL agent on your own. The only thing I wanted to say on that is actually, if you start seeing effects on distal outcomes without seeing effects in the proximal, meaning you have some something's happening on the distal, so you're really excited that you have some treatment effect, but it's not through the mechanism you thought it was, then I question whether or not you have an effective intervention. You don't know what's going on or why. Do you want to create the Tylenol of digital interventions, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't know.
Great. Going back to I guess, one of the fundamental questions in digital intervention, what about data privacy and ownership? Do you see resistance from patients because they're concerned about data privacy, and are there resistance from the clinician side?
Yeah, this is a big issue. I would expect, I think patients should be more concerned than I've seen, and maybe that's because people don't know what's happening to their data. In general, for research, at least, we're constrained by certain rules of consent, and different institutions. My institution, Yale, at least has it's an opt-out system for the use of their electronic health record data, in a de-identified framework. Of course, very few people end up opting out, which is obviously the design of opt-out systems in that setting. Data ownership, it's very unclear, especially in healthcare where there's multiple players. There's not just the patient. There's the doctor who ordered the test. There's the lab that ran the assay. There's the health system, which stores it in their electronic health record that they're paying for in some sense. And even for research, when there isn't, when we're not talking about selling of data, we're just using data to make generalizable knowledge available, it can be very tricky in terms of data use agreements and whatnot. And then when it comes to industry, then it gets really creepy, right? Because I can tell you that there are companies ranging from the smallest startup to huge multi-$100 billion companies that are coming to health systems and saying, we will do various amazing things for you, including giving you a lot of money if you just hand over all your data. And don't worry, it's secure and it's going to be encrypted and everything's going to be HIPAA compliant and it's all going to be okay. No one's asking the patients, and the patients aren't getting necessarily any of the benefit for that. And this is a really hot topic, but I'm not aware of a unifying infrastructure for this. And I should say that the side of the coin, which is like, it is your data, patients, right? Like, you can do whatever you want with it is very enticing, but also can jeopardize this research. Like, if it were an opt-in system universally, which is attractive from a patient privacy standpoint, well, then all our retrospective research in the electronic health record is essentially out the window, because now it's a survey study with a 5% response rate, right? It's just not generalizable anymore. And so there are problems with both sides here. I don't have a solution.
I mean, I guess just a couple of comments. One is there's a lot you can really do with data de-identification, and the technology for that has gotten better and better, and I think it's a valid response. The other thing is the problem isn't just even access to data, it's also things like pragmatic clinical trials, which from a researcher perspective sounds awesome, right? You get a bunch of people randomized and you don't have to pay for an RA, right? Sounds really good. From a patient perspective, what do you mean you flipped a coin to decide which IV fluid to give me? You know, that's really disturbing to a lot of people, and I don't think people understand it. And there is a lot of distrust about research. And then conversely, just, you know, I'm at the University of Chicago, on Chicago's South Side. 80% of the patients in our studies are African American. And there's profound distrust in, you know, large parts of that community about research. And so we have to work really, really hard to overcome it. And I mean, it's interesting. We did some trials in COVID where in a largely African-American population, we got 80+% response rates, participation rates. And it's amazing. And there is one reason why. And that is that it was done in the context of trusting established clinician-patient relationships. These were patients who had already agreed to join some study or in a study where they were working with doctors who they really loved and they trusted. And interestingly, the biggest predictor of non-participation were people who didn't trust not the doctors, but the clinic staff. And what they didn't trust for them to do was to answer the phone if they called. It was the hassle. And so it's just a reminder that, like, you know, you can't solve these problems of participation without being aware of the broader issues of equity and trust in the healthcare system. And, you know, that really needs to be an important target of what we do. And there are these sort of, you know, negative halo effects when we, you know, use data without people knowing, we treat them without knowing, and we just need to be really, really careful.
My only comment was just gonna be trust is lost very quickly while trust is gained very slowly. So, you know, the issue of you can do something in one study and all of a sudden the trust is lost just from releasing data accidentally or something like that. So I think being very careful in that context is important. And yeah, we have similar in a lot of our cancer trials, the patients build relationships with the doctors, and that's the reason that they're in the trial.
Yeah. And I mean, you do have to be careful about coercion in those contexts, right? Because it's a real risk too. But at least there's the potential to engage people.
I think that's all the set of moderated questions are. To get any questions from the audience?
Hi, thank you for your answers. So to do a proper study, how big of a team would you need, and what fraction of researchers actually have that available?
It depends on the study. I mean, I'll say almost always the answer is bigger than you have, and more stable than you have. And so, I mean, one of the tensions I've felt in my own work over time is how important that stable team is. And one of the ways I've responded is by collaborating with colleagues. So, you know, I came into my institution at a time when programs were growing, so I tended to build infrastructure. But one of the things that I did as quickly as I possibly could was try to make sure that that infrastructure wasn't just mine, but part of a larger team. And so I think that's really key. I'm now one of the principal investigators of our CTSA award, and you know, these clinical and translational science awards. And I think that those are examples of programs that can be used, if they're done well, to really build shared infrastructure. But I wouldn't underestimate the importance of friends and mentees, and building logical career paths for people. But yeah, this is team science, and it takes a lot of people and a lot of stability. It also depends, of course, on you know, how long you're hoping to do a project. But you know, for me, I've done some studies have taken a decade, and to build a team that lasts over a decade, that is not an easy thing to do. You know, but I think, you know, we'll see that, particularly as studies get more sophisticated in this space. You know, maybe they'll end up being hugely multi-center and very short term, but even that requires even more infrastructure in some ways.
We need to advocate for our institutions to reduce whatever barriers they can. You know, they need to not only support junior investigators, but to, you know, there's huge economies of scale in clinical research, and CTSAs are a great example of this, where, you know, you have a pool of research coordinators, for example, and people can tap into that pool for a period of time as funding allows, as opposed to kind of waiting to get your whole lab built up. But there's a million ways that institutions can facilitate this, from making data access easier, secure data access easier for researchers, to facilitating changes to the general hospital admission consent form, for example, to be more transparent with patients about what kind of research may or may not be going on during their admission. So we really do need to sort of advocate that our health systems, which, despite them, you know, being potentially nonprofit, do tend to be focused on revenue, to embracing this other side of things as well.
I'll say just two quick things. One is, I think the breadth of the team. So I work a lot with, so Brahmaji was also in the Karen D paper. He's a cardiologist that we work with. We have HCI people. We have standard ML people. We have a mix of software engineers and people who know more statistics. The point that you made, I think, that resonates with me too, is that if you work with them a long time, you start speaking the same language. When you all sit in the room for the first time, between an HCI person and a stats person, a cardiologist, like, you're not going to know what anyone else is talking about. And I think just that length of time together helps build both trust, but also a common language that you can understand one another and work faster and more carefully around different problems.
And comment your code.
Identify disease that may not be recognized till later. So in other words, like opportunistic screening. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Opportunistic
So
screening.
opportunistic screening. So really, like, and it's a great, in theory, it's a great way to get patients the care at the right time and lower the burden of chronic disease. And I would just love to hear your thoughts on, like, the health economics related to opportunistic screening, and, you know, what do we need to do to make sure that we're doing right by the patient, the healthcare system, and all the parties involved?
So can I clarify the question? Are you asking specifically about screening, or are you asking more generally about the idea that there's data that's out there that we're using and then using to study?
It's really screening, but it's a level before screening. It's a space that I don't think there's a lot of evidence to support. You know, there's a lot of data looking at the timing of when a woman should get a mammogram, for example.
Yeah.
But now you're taking this one level before, and, you know, how should we think about generating evidence to support what we're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just comment generally. I think it's a very important idea. The first time I ever saw a paper like this is probably a paper that was published 50 years ago. And it was done by David Fetzen, who's a general internist. He was actually my parents' doctor, as a matter of fact, which is how I found out about this. And what he did is he looked at missed flu shots among people who were hospitalized with influenza, but eventually had been hospitalized or interacted with the healthcare system just, you know, a month before, and showed that, you know, huge numbers of the people who actually had bad outcomes from influenza, in fact, had been hospitalized just a month earlier. And if you just got those people, you would have gotten a huge benefit. So I think that is exactly an important thing to do. I do want to add one other comment, which is that the fact that we don't do that is also tied to the way in which we organize the economics of healthcare. Because, you know, we have specialists who believe that their responsibility is only to treat the one thing that they treat and not to think about all the other things. So, it's again, another example, this one with a more positive outcome of we're understanding the difference between like the doctor side of medicine and the healthcare system side. So for example, a lot of the strategies that have improved inpatient immunization rates are nurse-driven strategies that are run out of the hospital rather than run by the doctors, because in this case, it's doctors who are failing.
Other questions? Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing your insights. You emphasized the role of social factors and meeting social needs across different specialties. And I was trying to connect this to what Dr. Bastani said this morning about targeted data collection efforts. So I wanted to ask you if you were to collect more information that would be valuable across specialties, prospective trials, etc. To me, using Mass General Brigham data, I would love to have educational attainment, occupation, industry, housing settings, household structure for older patients. I feel like that would be really beneficial for any question. And maybe you have other factors that you would like to collect. And yeah, I wanted to ask about your experience working with healthcare systems to actually collect that data. What kind of incentives, could we design as researchers to work with them to implement that big data collection effort about social factors, social determinants of health?
Yeah. I'm happy to take that one. I was actually a Brigham resident. And one of the things I love about the Brigham is its history over many, many decades of using the hospital as a laboratory. So, I just wanted to say that about the Brigham. What I will say is, in the work that we've done this work developing what we call the comprehensive care physician model, where you have the same doctor caring for patients in and out of the hospital. And what we found in our randomized trials is that it dramatically decreases hospitalizations, particularly for traditional Medicare patients, but much less so for dual eligible patients. And the reason we believe primarily that it's less effective for them is the inability to address unmet social need with medical care alone. And so we have a second generation set of studies that we call the comprehensive care comprehensive care community and culture program, where we begin by systematically screening for unmet social needs, add a community health worker, add a community-based arts and culture program to engage. And we combine that all with combined inpatient and outpatient care. So for that, we ask every patient when they join the study, and then every 3 months while they're in it, about unmet social needs in 17 different domains. The questions are very general. They're actually based on the health leads questions, which were developed in Boston a long time ago. Not the new smart ones that researchers designed that turn out to be very narrow, but the dumb ones that undergrads designed that are actually way better. And it just says basically, do you need help with this? And we then use that information to drive care. It's turned out to be wildly valuable, but we do that in the context of clinical care, of a research study, not in clinical care. So more recently, what we've done is we have a PCORI grant for their health systems improvement initiative, where we're trying to sort of pilot collecting these patient-reported attributes from patients in real time as part of clinical care. And the way we're doing it is by trying to work it into the workflow of clinicians. There's a big debate, I would say, in the learning health system world between the idea that you never ask clinicians to do anything that they wouldn't do otherwise, to you ask them to do things, but you do it only when there's a really good case and you try to reward and recognize them. And I want to believe that we're in the second world where that makes sense, but that means overcoming all the siloing and separation of the hospital versus providers. Within providers, is it doctors, is it nurses, is it social workers, all the other stuff. The last thing I'll just say is there's another way to go about, there are two other ways to go about this. One is to sort of use machine learning and other sort of things to extract data from the electronic health record. I don't think that's going to work very well. I just don't believe the data is there. The second way to do it is to extract data based on geography or address, and try to get that. But you need to remember that you're getting sort of contextual data. There's some really nice work that's been done looking not just at zip code or block area, but looking at actual address. And there you can, this is work out of Mayo, you can actually learn things about like the property tax value of where they're located. And that gives you a lot more information, but we actually don't know at this point how good that information is compared to the information that you would get from direct, assessment. And then just the last thing I'll say is, unmet need changes. People may live in the same place and all of a sudden have a major unmet need. So I think, the reality is what I think we really need to do is get a lot smarter at figuring out how to collect data from people in real time at scale. And I do think that the tools people in this room have can really help us do that. But I think that's what it's really going to take for the most needy people, at least.
All right, thank you for staying this late for a great panel discussion. And I guess we have some closing remark and that will be.
Let's have another round of applause for our great panel. All right, while our panelists file off the stage, I have some very brief closing remarks for the day. This wraps up the first day of CHIL. We have one day tomorrow, and I need two things from you guys. There will be quiz at the end, so make sure you remember. One, show up here at 9 a.m. tomorrow for our first session. And two, remember to hold on to your badge. There is no badge replacement. Without a badge, you cannot get in. Tomorrow, we'll have many exciting different sessions, including, if you liked Leo's talk, he will be moderating a panel on real-world deployments, so continuing that discussion. There will be a doctoral symposium with 3 lightning talks and a bonus poster session, if you really enjoyed the poster session today. And if you like hearing about new mysterious announcements, hang tight because there will be 2 announcements tomorrow, one about who won the best paper awards here, and 2, what the location of CHIL 2025 will be. So leave some mystery for you guys to ponder tonight. So quiz, what are the 2 things that you need to remember for tomorrow? 9 a.m. and badge. All right, thank you everyone, see you tomorrow.